Man, ain't nobody out here right now. Call me back when it's cracking. Hey, call me when you get your brain out the shop.
Ah, I love the snow. Yep. Makes everything so much better. Motherfucker. My arch nemesis Gaz is in the game. One sec. Hey, JB, what you saying, bro? We send.
Hey, man, what's up? We gonna rob this asshole blind.
We're gonna rob this asshole blind. Oh, I love it. They better have snow in GTA 6 at Christmas. I don't give a shit if it's in Florida. We need it. Have you? Why have you had enough? Oh, really? Do you like that, yeah? Okay, now this thing's a tank. Oh. What car's that? Oh, don't you do that, my friend? Oh, well. Oh, is that the one that's really flat? Ugh. Is that the Banshee? Hell no, I'm never using that thing. I swore I'd never use any other Banshee but the classic. Yeah, I bet. Yep, just start it. Yep. Yeah, it has.
This is it.
Indeed.
Transport's ready and waiting. Pavel, you there? How's the signal?
Pavel? Bro, his name is Pavel, not Pavel. Bro, how do you get to this fucking helicopter? Ah. Calm. Yep, I'm in it. I can't fly, by the way. I have to wait for you to get in. Yeah. Hey, Bluff, what's up? What an amazing set of missions this is. Maze Bank West, yeah? Without dying.
Once you land, head straight to the service room above the penthouse. It will take some jigging and poking with your
Of course, it's the exact same building that they always use for everything.
charges.
Security will be patrolling. Any trouble? Take them out.
There's so many buildings in this game they've never put anything in,
Have chills.
and they keep reusing the same buildings over and over again. Shat mad. That's a bit of a fucking... There we go. You're gonna rewatch a movie you always watch around Christmas. What one's that? Muppets Christmas Carol. Never seen it. What the fuck is this? Oh, I see, I see. The f Oh, I see, yeah, I see. I was really confused for a second. I was like, what the fuck is this doing? Alright. Oh, that's a new hat. That's a cool one. I like that one. That one's calm. Cool little puzzle, you know? Nah.
Once you've detonated the charges, the building will go dark.
We don't really do anything for Christmas.
Goggles in your pack. Use them to find the maintenance hatch. It'll drop you straight to Trotman's penthouse.
It's fucking controller. Oh, Michael Caine, yeah.
Remember to steer clear of the EMPs before you
That's fair.
You don't want your night vision to blow.
Sounds interesting. Alright. Oh, it puts it all dark. Look at that. Never seen that before in GTA Online. Completely new and never done before.
The art piece should be in Trotman's man cave. It's a glorified panic room with backup power. So I've calibrated your phone to pick up any frequencies coming from the entry mechanism. Probably a hidden switch. Follow the signal and don't forget the point. Trotman has his own security on site, so watch your six.
All right. Nice. Hidden room. All right, that's cool, I guess. You like that?
Remember, when you encounter the rec system, we're prepped. Fingerprints, hack the scanner.
All right.
Retinas, scan the image I sent to your phone.
Oh, this is just the same as This is literally just Kaya Perico. It's pretty straightforward. You just do the first one, and then each one is one down from that. Really? I'm gonna get gassed, lovely. Oh, that's cool little... Alright, a little scan, that's cool. It's different.
Once you're in, grab the piece and anything of value you can see.
Jody, I did not know you had the light fingers. We should plan more thieving plans sometime. You, me, crate of demolition charges.
Redistribution of stolen goods does bolster the economy. I'm in. A pressure plate, huh? Neat device. I'd
Bro.
get out of there if I were you. Looks like it triggered something.
Bro, why would it let me grab it?
Elevators run on a backup generator. Get to the basement and take
Oh,
whatever
now it's stopped me in the fucking animation and I can't get out.
there.
Wow. That almost killed me, for fuck's sake. It wouldn't let me do it and then it got me stuck. Oh well. That was it, yeah? Fucking hell, that was... I don't know about that.
Chatter from the basement. If there's company, deal with them. And make sure the piece gets out in one piece. You're almost there. Buyer's ready for us.
Shit. Alright. Hit the Banshee. This looks lame. Yeah, it's pretty dead. I can't lie. Did you say fucking Frank Ocean? Probably not, because they haven't changed any of the voice lines in years. Which is another issue with this game, is that the voice lines are the same fucking voice lines from 2013. So, they don't refresh the world. If they refresh the world, change the car spawns, change the lines the enemies made to refer to, like, you know, different things that happen since. Like, Merryweather should be saying all sorts of different things now. But they always say the same shit from 2013, so... It feels like the world is stuck in 2013, even though the missions have moved on. Weird. Yeah, I don't know when. Alright. Sounds really great. Really? Yeah, this is probably one of the worst missions I've ever played in a video game. I can't lie. Holy shit. What the fuck? No, I don't. I find these really boring. Compared to something like Casino or Doomsday, fucking hell, man. They reuse half the same fucking animations. All this shit is in, like, Doomsday, and this is Casino in particular. Literally the same exact animations. Fuck's sake. They don't even bother putting new animate. Nah, these guys, man, they're so lazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's smart to reuse stuff, but fuck me, they could have like tried to spice it up a bit. You could have used like different outfits or something, but I swear the guys look exactly the same. Wow, look at that. Nice. There you go. I found the switch that quick, huh? I didn't even realize that. I was just looking. I detected a little beep, 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 and that was that. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yes. Wow, there you go. I didn't even realize. And okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny? I didn't realize that was a finale. I thought that was just a. I genuinely thought that was just a setup, and then I had no idea until we finished it that it was actually a finale. I genuinely thought that was a setup. Wow. Wow. That's wow. That. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Good job. Oh, I can't imagine. There was so much fun.
Later.
I don't care, guys. They're all boring. Whatever you want to do. Fuck, you know, that was terrible. Really? And they don't even give you extra money for doing it with other people anymore. Nah, this just shows how fucking little Rockstar gives a shit about other people. They don't give you money for being an extra person anymore. They only give you the bonuses for being the leader, and they're shit bonuses too. 50,000. That is diabolical right there. You're not jazzed about your PS5 biting the dust, but you weren't going to get PS5 for a bit longer, so you thought... Oh, then you thought, but seeing this shit, you're not that fast. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty dead, I can't lie. I mean... I can't lie. It's pretty bad. I genuinely was surprised by that. I thought that was a setup, but fuck me, that's just the... That's the finale. Wow. Wow, like... It took, like... 4 minutes, 5 minutes to do that for a finale? That is fucking nuts. I got like 20 grand. Yeah, I got like 20 grand for that. Nah, this is why I don't like the new content. The new content is made for people that, well, can't play games. Yeah. No, like, it genuinely did feel like there was no energy in that. There was no effort put into it. They did the most bare minimum they could possibly do for that. Like, holy shit, I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, the first one I did last week was pretty bad. Like, it was pretty quick. But that one was like 4 or 5 minute finale, and it's like the most easiest finale. Ah, finally. I've been waiting for that. Ah, yes, that's brilliant. Did he steal your car? Oh, he stole your car? No, that's crazy. Yo, he's speeding. Remember that time I got a robber to rob you of your car and you had to follow him across Los Santos? That was hilarious. Damn, he's really going for it, bro. You better rush. Oh, nah. Oh, he got away too. Oh, no. He got away too. Oh, that's crazy, bro. He fucking robbed you and he got away. Casino and Doomsday are both amazing heists. Or even the original heist, they're all really good. Like, the original heist, really, really fun because they're really, like, they got amazing kind of set pieces, you know, especially the finales. They're really, like, the prison break is beautiful. It's such a it's such a difficult heist for a lot of people, and some of the roles are completely unnecessary, but it's such a beautiful heist, the idea that people are doing, you know, there's people going into the prison, and then there's a guy who's having to fly around and pick the prisoner and prison officer up whilst being defended by the guy in the helicopter. That shit is fire. Like, I love that. And the Doomsday, again, really big, amazing, you know, really well animated, and you know, cutscenes, a really cool story. And then Casino, again, you know, it was part of the more modern design of how Rockstar does heists, which are a little bit less... There's a lot less cinematics and more just doing the gameplay over and over, but it's still fun. It was still a great piece of content. And then, yeah, this is just boring. Like, I wish there was stuff on this. I wish there was some proper animations. But whatever. At least it's done. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I did get one of my things done without even realizing. So, I mean, I'm happy about that. My career mode is now a little bit further on. Like, look at this shit. Look at this. I didn't even realize. But yeah, that's there you go. Look at that. So I've already done level 3 almost. I just need to do two other files. I got to do 5 in total. And I just have to do all the mission challenges for all the files. That's pretty easy. Well, maybe not easy, but yeah. Hey, Rebecca. How you doing? Cayo Perico is meh. But you know what? Cayo Perico is still decent to this day. Like, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's still decent. Whereas that content was awful. At least Cayo Perico you can repeat. And it feels... At least you're going somewhere else. You know, you're going to another part, you know, outside the map. Oh, I know you can, Gaz. I know. And I never will. I'm never doing that one again. Although I have to get the bonus, I guess, but oh well. Set the target's car on fire while you're inside it. The hell? The hell? Oh. Yeah, I'm alright, Rebecca. I can't complain. I don't know, Gaz. I helped Gaz do a mission that he wanted to do, so that's nice. How the fuck do I set the car on fire? Oh, of course, Jerry can, of course, of course. I forgot about that. No, stop, stop. Thank you. Hey, F, what's up, bro? It is, it's gone quick, hasn't it? Probably not. Probably 27th of December. Yeah. All right. Use a Molotov. I ain't wasting my Molotovs. Which was a way to speed this shit up, bro. It's so boring. This is just a time waster. I like this hat. It's a pretty cool hat. It doesn't match my outfit at all, but you know what? It'll have to do. It's cute. It is, isn't it? How do you get that hat? Just bought it. You can barely see where that is. Jeez. Can't wait for this motherfucker. Oh, they're so lazy, man. Look, they're so lazy. They don't even bother to, like, animate the doors open or anything. You know what's really funny is I've seen 5M, yeah. In 5M, there's all these buildings that have, like, interiors where you can literally walk inside. And in GTA Online, they're like, oh, we know we could do that. We could just add interiors and shit. No, fuck interiors. We don't want interiors. They're so lazy, man. Fucking Rockstar. You lazy bastard, you. Yeah, he sped off before they even got close. I don't want to waste my fucking Molotovs, bro. I don't want to waste my Molotovs. I've got to fucking get them back then. I don't want to waste it, bro. Why is there no way to get other fire, like, other than Molotovs? Do I even have Molotovs anymore? Oh, I don't even have Molotovs. Well, we're fucked then, aren't we? We're cooked. We're actually cooked. No, the day after. Boxing Day is the 26th. We're fucked. We're fucked. Shoot the hood. Oh yeah, I did put gas on it, didn't I? Good point. It's still there though. Fucking stop shooting him. Nice, not there anymore. Oh, I'm just gonna have to cook this car then from behind. If we keep shooting the engine, it'll catch on fire eventually. There you go, it's on fire now. Well, that was easy. I should have just done that. I should have just done that the whole way. I was overcomplicating it. I was like, oh, you know what? Let's put the car on fire. No, you can just shoot the fucking thing. All right. I mean, they might as well say blow it up because that's what I did. I just blew it up. Like, surely in theory, the car will be on fire. If you shot with an RPG, surely the car would be on fire before it exploded, you know? So, I don't know. Rockstar was trying too hard with that one. They were like, oh, can we come up with a unique and interesting, you know, thing we got to do to get it? No, you don't. There's nothing you need to do. You could just do that. You just blow it up. What was the fucking point? What was the point of wasting my time with that? Oh, well. Get my money. This is what I get for not playing for a while. All my shit's filled up. Oh, weed, yeah. Hey, Caitlin, what's up, bro? Bro? Why do I say bro now for Caitlin? Now, do you know what, though? Everyone's a bro to me. It doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, whatever. You can be any, you know, even a little one-month-old child. They're all bros to me. You're playing Undead Nightmare on Switch? Ooh. Did you get the game for Christmas then? Or did you just buy it? Everyone is a bro. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I do actually subscribe to that. Like, I do genuinely... I think bro is a universal term now. Same with dude. I know some people get... I know that there's women out there that get very annoyed when people call... They go, hi guys, or how you doing, dude? But like, I've always thought of dude and bro and guys just being very like, you know, generic. I don't really view them as like gendered. But I know some people get really annoyed. Like some women get really annoyed when they get called dude. Although, to be fair, I would never say, like, I don't like using the word dude because it sounds like I'm in high school or some shit. Sounds cringe, bro. I'm not saying bro doesn't sound cringe as well, but I mean, whatever. I've accepted my fate on that one. Fuck is this? Yeah, I have. It's very cool. Where's this motherfucker at? Why is this motherfucker, like, never on my friends list? Like, everyone else is on my friends list, but JB. JB is the only one who never appears on my friends list properly. I can't be bothered, bro. I can't be bothered. Ask AF to invite you, bro. It looks good. Yeah, I can imagine it looks good. To be fair, the Switch version does look good. To be fair, I wouldn't even get pissed if someone says, "What's up, girls?" and I was there. I wouldn't even give a shit, to be honest with you. Just find it funny more than anything. I mean, to be fair, the Switch version running at 1080p is going to look a lot better than 1080p. I believe it also uses actually, no, I don't know. Wait. Well, either way, it uses It's at 1080p anyway, so inherently it's going to look a lot better than the fucking 360 version, the 720. You got Christmas stuff early. Not too bad. You like JB, yeah, getting Christmas, you know, opening a gift a day early. What's that, guys? You bought your girlfriend some pajamas. Her favorite ones. Fair. Ah, nice. Very nice. I'm glad she does. Hmm. Very, very nice, guys. Oh, this is a fucking setup, isn't it? Yeah, this shit's a setup, bro. I already fucking know it's a setup. Calm down here. I know you're up there. Can I throw the grenade? Ah, you're a prick, mate. I don't think this will work. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. The bounty hunting. I've done a few. Fuck. What's that? Ah, yes, I see. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, sit down, you motherfucker. How dare you try to bait me into a thing? No, that ain't gonna happen, bro. That ain't gonna happen. You ain't gonna bait me.
Hey, what's going on? Call back when your brain has started working.
No, that was great. Fuck yeah, freakazoid me. Why does bro speaks like a weirdo, but then he also writes in full sentences and spells everything correctly? You know what I mean? Like, you would think that someone who says freakazoid would be not able to write very well, but he's able to write fairly decently, actually. I can't lie. So what does that, how does that make sense, Rockstar? Oh well. But yeah, that's a good idea, Caitlin. That way you can play on your monitor. Very good. Very eccentric person. You could say that. Freakazoid. Imagine, the last time I heard Freakazoid was in a fucking Disney Channel fucking TV show from over 20 years ago. Like, maybe he's a Disney kid. He's a Disney adult. He grew up watching Disney Channel. Did you send JB an invite? Yeah, I appreciate that. Whether he joins, that's up to him, but you know what JB's like, he goes AFK. I still remember yesterday when we were trying to do Fortnite, and bro asked to join and he sat in the fucking lobby and didn't join any of the games. I was like, why even join? Crazy. Disney adults are so fucking annoying. There was something I read on Reddit a couple of days ago where there was this woman who went to Disney like 9 times in a row, and the guy was getting the fiance or husband or boyfriend or whatever was getting so pissed off of it, and he's like, I don't want to go to fucking Disney. And so she then booked a resort in Hawaii that was also owned by Disney. And he was guilted into thinking that he was the one who was in the wrong. And he ended up saying, you know, like, oh, yeah, fine, you know, it's actually all right. It's all good. It's not actually Disney. And I'm like, yeah, but 9 times in a row you went to Disney World, and then she takes you to somewhere that's also fucking Disney related. Like, this bitch needs to go. She needs to go. You just wanted to run the switch on DisplayPort and use DP with HDMI port, but why? But why? Why would you do that? That's. Remember that agriculture teacher you mentioned that touches every screen as though it's touchscreen? He's a Disney adult on top of that. Yeah, okay, that explains a lot. That explains so much. Love that. You want to use the HDMI ports because there's only 1 and 2 display ports. Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense. I was gonna say, like, if I was just like wondering, like, why would you do all that? Just to if you have more ports than fair. What's JB wanting us to look at his outfit? Alright, guys. Oh, very nice. Yeah, speechy then, guys. Enjoy your Christmas, mate. Thank you. Bye, guys. I will do. Bye. Aw. Poor Gaz. We love Gaz. He's really excited for Christmas. He's also alleged nonce. Hello? Well, he does fit the bill, to be fair. You know, and a bit of a stereotype, but he does fit the bill. Grapes! Fuck, man. I've got to buy supplies for the challenge. Oh my god, I've got to go all the way to the north just to get 1 load of supplies. This is why I hate... This is why I hate doing, like, buying stuff. This is why I always say that you should always buy the stuff instead of sourcing it. Sourcing it sucks. Sourcing it is, like, one of the worst things you can do because it's so inefficient. It's like if you ever play a game where you have AI. You can always source everything yourself, but it's a waste of time. If you can delegate to your AI to do it for you, it saves so much time. You can do better stuff. But then there's always some cheap bastard out there who's like, oh, I'm going to source all my shit myself to save money. But they don't realize time is money. Never changes. What a beautiful, beautiful map. I think I can confidently say that no one here wants a new GTA game or new map. We just want this map again. Like, I think that Rockstar should just re-release GTA 5 again. I also think that Rockstar should make another game set in the exact same map that we've had for the last 11 years, almost 12 years. Because I think I can confidently say no one wants, you know, Vice City and this and Leonardo or whatever it's called. Like, no one wants that. We all want GTA 5 and only GTA 5. He apparently cheated on his wife with a 17-year-old, but since the age of consent here or there is 16, he's still a teacher. That's crazy if that's the case. In the UK, teachers aren't allowed to be with anyone who's like under their care. Like if you're a teacher and there's like a 16-year-old at your school, you couldn't get with them because it's like duty of care. I mean, in theory, maybe you could get with a 16-year-old from another place, like another school, maybe, or one that's working, but it's still sketchy, I'm not gonna lie. Unless if you're like 18 years old or less, it's a bit, you know, I don't see the point of being with a 16-year-old. It's actually a very true thing. As you get older, you find younger people less and less attractive. Like when I was, you know, maybe up to my mid-20s, I still found like 18, 19, 20 very attractive. But now, like, whenever I think of like an 18-year-old, I'm like, that's just a kid right there. That's literally just a kid. No offense to anyone here who's like 18 or thereabouts, but you really are just, you're still so young. And like your life experiences are so different from someone who's, you know, mid-20s and then someone who's in their 30s and then someone who's in their, you know, mid-30s, their 40s. Like your life experience is so different. I couldn't, you know, it's just like I couldn't imagine being with someone who's like that young now. Like even like 21, 22, I'd find quite uncomfortable now. You're not a kid. That's a fucking lie, bro. You're like fucking 3, bro. Yeah, that's roughly when our brains are fully like developed, is around 25. It's more so for men as well. Men, like women, I find that men don't mature as quickly. You know, like, you know, I still see, you know, mid-20 men can be very fucking stupid. But I think for it's roughly 25 for both. But I know that I do think, and I don't know whether there's like, you know, what the science is on it, but I do strongly believe that men mature slightly slower when it comes to like their brain than women. You know, just from my own experiences of dealing with men. But yeah, 25 is usually when you're fully mature, which is pretty crazy. It's also why you shouldn't like drink. Oh, don't drink too much. Don't smoke too much and that when you're young, because obviously you're damaging your brain. Also sleep really well. That's something I really fucked up on because I didn't sleep very well, and I've probably got permanent brain damage now from that. So yeah, definitely if you're young and you're under the age of 25, try not to drink too much. Try not to smoke too much. Like we don't. Try not to do too many drugs until your brain's fully developed. Then ideally then still don't, but you know what, like at least your brain's developed then, you know what I mean? Fuck you. But yeah, no, it is a true point. Like you really do, you trust me, you really feel it when you get to your mid-20s. You usually start to feel very different. Like it's crazy, like how different I feel now compared to when I was like, you know, early 20s. So yeah, I personally wouldn't entertain the idea of being in a relationship with anyone that's maybe more than, I don't know, let's say 5 years different. Well, then again, like 25 could be okay. To be fair, 25... Wait. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I might not entertain the idea of being with someone who's, let's say, more than 2 years and 11 months, or 12 or 8 months or whatever. Whatever Rebecca's birthday is, yeah. I might have to entertain not being with anyone who is that age or, you know, gap or more. That's how I'll know if Rebecca's watching, because if she is, she'll be like, hey. But if she's not watching, then she won't obviously say anything. But no, in all seriousness, 25 is alright for you. I mean, it's not the worst AF, but trust me, there's still a big difference in 25 and 30. Like, you read, 25 is still young enough for a lot of people to still be kind of hanging on to their youth, especially if you've been to, you know, if you say, let's say if you're in America, right, you go to university until, what, 22? So think about it, that's only 3 years post-university. That's still really young. Like, 25 is still young enough to be completely stupid with how you do things in life, you know? And as I get older, I find myself, you know, like, there's nothing, you know, there's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing, like, I would even say morally wrong. Like, I don't see any issue with, like, a 30, 35-year-old being with a 25-year-old. But I just personally wouldn't, at this point, be with someone who's, like, 25. Or below. Like, someone in their, like, end of 20s is a lot different, you know? Usually when you're in your late 20s, you're kind of calming down. You're kind of planning for your future. You're planning for, you know, you're being a little bit more careful with how you live and spend. Whereas I find people when they, you know, they're before that are still very, you know, don't get me wrong, there's lots of people above 30 like that still, but there's a lot of times younger people are still very much like, oh, I gotta buy everything and show off everything. You know, wearing designer shit, showing off how much money they make by buying a nice car or whatever. And they spend all their money and then they end up having less money to put into pensions and stuff. And don't get me wrong, there's people in their 30s are still like that. Sadly, I know one who's in their fucking 50s. But yeah, it's a bit of a difference, I find. I would rather be with someone who's thinking about their pension, bro. Not someone who's thinking about the fucking latest, you know, North Face fucking jacket to buy or whatever. So, even if there's not something legally or morally even wrong with it. Yeah. I think we just have, you know, once you get older, you just kind of have different priorities. I mean, you can find very mature, like, you know, 25-year-olds, don't get me wrong, but you have to remember, AF, as well, is that 25-year-olds, they're all Gen Z, and I'm a millennial. And so the difference there is quite significant. The difference between millennial and Gen Z is quite significant. Like, I think that's the thing. People forget, like, because I think as time's gone on, like, Gen Z have kind of blurred almost into millennial. But, like, I find Gen Z stuff still very odd to me. And even some stuff that, like, Rebecca does, like, she watches TikTok. And I'm like anti-fucking TikTok, bro. I will never let that shit on my network. That shit is fucking blocked. I block everything from fucking TikTok on my network. But Rebecca still watches it because she's Gen Z. She needs it. She needs that fucking TikTok. And of course, there are exceptions, but I feel that, like, you know, there's a lot of millennials who are obsessed with TikTok too, but I don't know. The further I go into Gen Z, the more different it is. You know, there's fucking people almost in their 20s now that can't read analog clocks. Crazy. Imagine not being able to read an analog clock. Design is so stupid, it is. I don't know why people like wearing designer stuff so much. I mean, I guess they like looking a certain way, but I mean, it's just stupid. Unless if you're rich. If you're filthy rich, yeah, be my guess, but it's when people are very poor. They're not very wealthy, and they're just like kind of poor and, you know, barely month to month getting by, and then they're going out and buying really expensive shirts and stuff to like fit in. Sad, man. God, you know one thing I like about this game, yeah? Look at the lights. Look how orange they are. Remember when lights in the real world used to be this orange? God, I miss it, man. I hate... You know what? LEDs, yeah? Even the warmer LEDs, they don't have this orange glow that these old lights used to have. And that used to look so beautiful on the snow. Just don't match. This game, oh, the lights are so beautiful on the snow. Really takes me back to my childhood. We used to have these really beautiful lampposts outside my house, like, you know, really old style ones from, you know, when the area was built. Really beautiful lamps, like really, really, really beautiful lamps. And, you know, all orange glow and stuff like, you know, really nice orange glow, right? And about 10 years ago, they came, well, a little bit, yeah, about 10 years ago now, they came through and they just ripped up all the old lampposts and replaced them with new metal ones, you know, like the standard metal ones that you get. And they're all LED and they're all fucking atrocious. Like, the light is not as white as it could be. They definitely put warmer lights in there, but, you know, some areas in my area, they're very, very white. It's horrible. Like, it looks like you're in an operating room. But the ones outside my house, they're a little bit more orangey. But they're not like these orange, you know, they're like normal LED orange. And here, you know what? You know, like I like coming up with random topics to talk about, right? Does anyone feel that way about Christmas trees these days? You know, when you have the LED lights on Christmas trees, does anyone feel like the same way like I do, where the lights, they're bright and they're nice, right? But they don't have the same vibe as old lights, you know, incandescent Christmas tree lights. I mean, obviously it depends on your age, because a lot of you might not have really experienced incandescents to the same scale that I did. I mean, incandescents in the UK were banned in what, 2009, I think they were banned. So anyone who is in the UK, if you were born in like 05, you're not going to really experience much incandescent. Like, your whole life would be LED. But if you ever watch like old films, you'll see what I mean. Like, watch Home Alone. I know there's color grading and shit like that. You know, I know they always do that in like post. They color grade and all that. But look at the way that the tree lights are. There's like a slight glow to a little bit of an orange tint, very light. Even in the blues and greens, you see it. There's like a slight tint, and it makes it feel a lot warmer. And so I feel that the blues and all that don't really pop as much as say with LEDs. But that's fine, because I think it actually looks better that way. Whereas the LEDs, the blues and greens are unnaturally bright. But it's one of the things I really miss when I watch like things like Home Alone. I'm like, oh man, I miss those old tree lights. I also miss that they used to make all sorts of variety. And nowadays, the LEDs, they're just like little flat end, you know, the LEDs are in there and they just put like a flat end on it. But in the old days, you would have... obviously they would stick out a bit because you'd have to have the little filament in it, and you know, sometimes they would have like they'd make them look like flowers or, you know, different things like that. Well, one company out there has decided fuck that, so they've been making a new set of LED lights. They're LED, so they have all the energy advantages of a normal LED light, but they have the orange glow. I don't know what I think they've done, like they've put a filament in there and they've done something to the plastic to make it kind of, to cover up, I don't know, maybe the white, you know, the blues in the LEDs, to make it kind of a little bit more of an orangey glow, and it looks really fucking good. Like, holy shit, when I saw the video, I was like, oh my god, this looks really good. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. They reminded me so much of like the lights I had as a kid. I was like, oh my days. So I need to get them. I don't know how much they are. I don't think they're available in Europe yet. I think they still need to be like verified in Europe, but or like, you know, they need to like, obviously they have to have a different transformer because we have different voltage here. I think we're like what 230 to 240 volts, whereas in America it's what 120 or some shit. But absolutely beautiful lights, and I was shocked at how nice they looked. I was like, damn, like that really reminds me as a kid. So it's not just having a different, you know, like color range. You know, obviously on a LED bulb, you know, you can get like, you know, because all the LED bulbs I have are, I always have color changing ones. That's all. Every bulb that I have, or every smart bulb in my house is a color changing one, and I like that because it means I can change the colors depending on what I want. If I want to have like a very bright white, if I'm trying to like clean, or I can use like a more warmer if it's like nighttime, or I can just have colors like green, blues, reds, whatever. But none of them, even the warm oranges, do not match these old, the old incandescent bulbs that are commonly featured on, you know, old Christmas trees and stuff. Obviously, the light bulbs that we had in, you know, lamps in, you know, street lamps were different. They were a different type of light bulb, and they had a different. That's why they were even more orange than usual. But send you the video later. Yeah, I'll send it later, bro. But yeah, like I love the way they look, and I'm like, damn, you know, that's what we need, because yeah, modern day light bulbs, modern day like Christmas tree light bulbs do not look good in my opinion. Like I see them and I think to myself, geez, man, they just do not have that vibe that the old ones used to have. I mean, it's also because everything else on the tree's cheap as shit now, you know, everything on... We used to have proper metal ornaments and real glass ornaments and stuff, and now everything's like plastic and shit and cheap. But, you know, the lights as well, that's a big thing about why Christmas trees look so shit these days compared to the old days. Fuck, I wasn't looking what I was going. This is why you don't drive and text.
Hello? Okay, gonna cost a little. I know someone who has what we need.
Oh, it's the thing. Why did they change the street lamps from orange to white? Because they replaced them all with LEDs. Like I was saying, they could put warmer LEDs in there. Like, there's nothing stopping them from putting warmer LEDs in, but none of them will have the same vibe because of the way the LEDs display light. The spectrum of light they have just doesn't allow for that nice orangey glow, no matter what they do. You have to, like, filter it. But that's why they want them all LED. Why? Because LEDs are way more energy efficient. I mean, if you look at a traditional incandescent light bulb, 90% of the energy used went to heat, right? So if you were using a 100-watt light bulb, you would be using like 90 watts of that would just be heat. You would only be, you know, using 10 watts of that as light. So which is a complete waste. If you're using 100 watts of energy and you only get like 10 watts of light, that's fucking awful. That's really bad. Whereas LEDs are closer to 80% efficient. So, you know, if you're using if you want to, you can get a light bulb that consumes about, let's say, 12 watts, 13 watts, and it's like equivalent to a 100-watt light bulb or like an old incandescent light bulb. So it's way more efficient, and so you're using a lot less energy. That's why I think about it. Imagine if you had, say, back in the old days, imagine you had 4 100-watt light bulbs in your room. You're using 400 watts of energy for light. That's ridiculous. Whereas now you could do the same thing for maybe, what, 50 watts, if that? Crazy. And the best thing is well, I guess it's a downside, but it's also a bright side. Incandescents, because a lot of their energy was released as heat, meant that it would warm up rooms, which means that in summer, when it's hot, you put an incandescent on, it warms up the room. Obviously, it was good in winter because it meant the rooms in the UK were warmer. That's one of the reasons I think people think that houses are colder these days. Why is it that we didn't notice the cold as much you know, in the 2000s and the 1990s and shit. And I'm like, well, it's because of the fucking bulbs. Like, people had incandescent light bulbs everywhere, and that was shit was warming up the rooms. Like, I can feel it. Whenever I put my... I have an incandescent light bulb I've still got. It hasn't burned out yet. I also have a halogen light bulb, which is about 30% efficient in comparison. So it's a little bit better. I have... I can feel that. When I put that, like, halogen light bulb on, I can feel that shit. It makes me sweat. I feel that from across the room. And that shit makes me sweat. Whereas an LED, you can have, like, you know... 5-6 LEDs in the room and have barely any heat. And that's one thing I think older people always forget, because my elderly grandparents, when I first started putting LEDs into stuff, like replacing all the bulbs, they always used to get worried that, oh, you can't leave it on, it will catch something on fire, it will catch the lampshade on fire or something like that. And I'm like, it won't, because the lampshade is rated for, you know, lampshades were rated for certain, like, you know, heat. So, you know, if you bought a lampshade that was rated for 40 watts and then you put a 100-watt light bulb in it, it could catch on, you know, it could catch on fire. Unlikely, but it could, especially back before they started doing lots of safety checks and stuff. But LEDs, yeah, they don't output anywhere near as much heat, and they have the same idea with like Christmas tree lights and stuff. They're always worried about them catching on fire, overheating, and catching on fire, because, you know, Christmas tree lights used to have that issue. They would, if you left them on and you had like tinsel and shit all over them, it could catch them on fire. But obviously nowadays that's not, you know, a concern with LEDs. But they still have that old-fashioned notion of, oh shit, like, you got to be so careful with light bulbs, they might catch something on fire. But obviously, as you know, people who've used LED only would never have that issue. There's other issues with LED lights, you know, like the transformers being cheap and maybe catching on fire, but the actual lights themselves, no, unlikely. So, yeah, it's one of those things really where people, yeah, people haven't really moved on from there. But no, the LEDs are better, and I'm glad we have, because I think, you know, it's very important that we switch to LEDs. Let's be real, it is important that we move to LEDs, because I know that some people act like, oh, you know, fuck that, it's, you know, oh, it's the downfall of society, blah 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 blah. But incandescents were way inefficient. They were not good for stuff like that. So I am glad that we have moved on from incandescents, but I can't lie, I do miss them. Like, anyone who grew up like my age will know how good they were. And yeah, I do miss them a lot. I really do miss them a lot. How beautiful they were. How they, you know, the nice glow they gave out, and especially the lamps in the streets. I don't think they were incandescent. They use a different way to light themselves, but which made them even more orange. But they were also very energy consuming in comparison. I think they were better than incandescents, but they weren't like as energy. I don't think they were as energy. Yeah, I think they were a lot better than incandescents, but they were still not as good as LED, and that's why LED had been put in everywhere. Plus, LED do light up. You know, they're way brighter as well. Go down that. Can you believe it, in less than half, well, I guess it depends obviously where you are, but in the UK we're half an hour or thereabouts away from being in Christmas Day. Crazy. I always try to play GTA on Christmas Day or Christmas evening. It's a kind of a tradition I've been doing now for years. Is to play, you know, GTA. I always try to. I remember, oh man, when I used to be a lot more social in this game back in the day, I used to sit in, like, I was doing heists with some guys, I think, or some missions, and we ended up back in free roam just as the snow started on like Christmas Eve, because back then they would only do the snow for 3 days, 2 or 3 days a year. And I remember like it started snowing around Christmas Eve, and man, we were all like just sitting down, like just grabbing snow and throwing snow at each other. It's crazy. I loved it, but I don't really like go around much on GTA Online these days and do stuff anymore. I don't like playing with other people. They're fucking annoying, or they're either useless or annoying, or both. Like there's never I very rarely come across people that aren't absolutely annoying. But it is a nice experience. I think it looks great, especially because fucking hell, this thing really doesn't turn in the snow. Especially because in the UK we don't really get snow much anymore. At least where I am, you don't get a lot of snow, and it's been at least. Well, there's been a little bit of snow, but the last time I seen a proper snowfall would have been at least 5 years ago now. So as you can imagine, I like playing games with snow in them because it reminds me of what snow's like. Although I'm actually glad about not getting snow because I love snow, but fuck me, is it dangerous. And obviously I'm always worried about people that have to go about their day, you know, like Rebecca has to go very early to work sometimes when it's still icy, and I'm always worried about like my relatives that are quite old and I don't want them to get injured falling over. So as much as I love the snow, I'm not about it in real life. But I remember one year me and my friends, we went out, well, my friends and I, we went out to just hang out. I think I was like 15, 16 at the time, and it snowed. It was a big snowfall. I think everyone in the UK, or at least in the South, will remember, but I think it was nationwide, because I remember they took a picture of like the UK and it was like the whole country was covered in snow. Like it was taken from space. It looked great. And I remember like my friends and I went out into the snow, and it was just beautiful. Like the whole like area was just covered. It was just pure. It was mad, like, as well, how heavy it was. I hadn't seen anything like that. I'd never seen snow that heavy, like, at all, ever. Like, other than in like films and stuff, I'd never seen snow that heavy. And you couldn't see where you were going. It was blinding. Like, you would hit it and it would just blind you. It was absolutely awesome. Fuck. But yeah, it was so cool, and it's been a while since snow like that, so I don't think we're gonna do it now, you know. Fuck's sake. God, this is so ass in the snow, I can't lie. But yeah, GTA is a really good game for snow, I feel like, just for that vibe, for Christmassy vibe. I do wish Rockstar would do more of it, though. Like, they could make, like, a Santa mission. Like, me and Dean were talking about that. They could make, like, a Santa mission or some sort of Santa event. Maybe they could make it, like, Friday after next, where they have to chase down Santa through all the backyards. That should be could be fun. If there was a mission creator, you know I would do that. You know I'd be making a Santa mission if there was a mission creator in this game. How many buttons are on my mouse? Well, I have 2 mouses. One has 5 and one has 3 on the side. I actually recommend people get a mouse with extra buttons, even if you don't need one because you don't play games on your PC. And the reason I say that is just because you can put the back button on the side of the mouse. Trust me, when you use it for the first time, you'll never go back to the days of having to press back on the fucking, you know, having to go back on you know, say, internet browser or stuff like that. It changes your life just being able to sit there, one hand on the mouse. Actually, that sounds mad. I'm not going to say any further on that, but you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing better than just being able to go back anytime you want without having to lift your arm over to the other side of the screen, especially if you have a big screen. I know there's, you know, you can use keyboard shortcuts, but then you got to lift your arm up, and that also sounds mad, but you know what I mean? Like, it's energy and effort, so. What'd you do with 5? Mostly for games. Mostly for games, like, if I'm gonna be, you know, I used to set all my like when I used to play Payday 2, for example, I'd have the reload button on one of them. I'd have weapon switch on the other. I'd have melee on one, and then whatever else I felt like it. It was great because it meant I could do, like, you know, like sometimes you just want to switch weapons quickly and you don't want to have to, you know, lift your arm up and move it across the keyboard. But I don't really bother as much anymore. How much stuff I say out of context. It's crazy. I mean, to be fair, if I don't mention it, I don't think people probably would think about it as much. But I always catch myself and then I go, oh, yeah, that sounds a bit mad. But if I didn't say it, people probably wouldn't like pick up on it as much. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like maybe I should just say nothing. But then again, at the same point, I think it's funny. I myself, like, I do find it funny when I say stuff that's really, yeah, out of context would be really mad. So I like to bring, you know, like I like to bring attention to it in a way. So it's pretty, like, a lot of stuff I said then did sound a bit mad. But yeah, there's lots of things, you know, just for general use on just like you when you're just using the PC normally. Yeah, back button, super useful. I have one as the forward button, one as the back button, and that's really helpful. Just because, again, if you're ever using a web page or you're using Windows, especially Windows Explorer, and you want to, like, if you're having to navigate a lot quickly, it makes it so much quicker than having to use keyboard commands or having to move the mouse. I know I can boost, but like the boost fucking scares me on this.
Dude, what's crack-a-lackin', homie?
That's better. That's better.
Hey, homie, saw you on Life Invader.
The boost with the snow, not a good combo. We got it. We got it. Oh no! See, this is what I mean about the boost. It screws you over. Ooh. Nice, that was pain. I'm not gonna lie, that was painful, but we got it done. That's another one out the way. AF bro, I want to say something there. You know that mission that they added, you know, in the Garmin factory, the one where you got to steal like a gem or something inside of the Maze Bank West. Bro, I can't lie, that's the most fucking depressing mission I've ever played. The fact that you do that and it takes 5 minutes to do the finale, that is fucking depressing, bro. Absolutely disgusting how that was a thing. And I'm ashamed that you enjoyed it at the time. I'm ashamed on your behalf. You feel they made the snow extra slippery? Nah, it's the same as it's always been. Some cars and vehicles stick more, some slide more. It just depends on the way that they set the handling up on it. Some cars have like no difference on snow or very little difference on snow. On non-games, it's back and forward by default. Yeah, that's the way to use it. Yeah. On when you're not on games, that's the best way to use it. What am I doing next? What have I not done yet? What have I not done yet? I've done that. Ooh, I know what I need to do. I need to check my nightclub. Whoa, 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 whoa! Calm the fuck down. You should see what it's like on GTA 4 when you have snow. Fuck me, the AI can't drive. It's great. Oh yeah, the DPI and stuff, yeah, that I don't consider those as like, because they're not really programmable. You can technically usually end up reprogramming them, but I don't really consider them reprogrammable buttons. I view them as just kind of like, you know, set ones, but you could in theory program them. What's the point of super high DPI? For people that have very little mouse space. TGG can kiss your ass. Bro, I thought you loved TGG. You don't? But I thought you did. I mean, I swear you used to say that you loved him, bro. Like, he's like the only GTA YouTuber that you actually like. Just big words, I'm not gonna lie. Like, saying that it's the only GTA YouTuber that you like, that's big words. You know what's funny, actually? They kind of did it a little bit on this tree. See how the blue's a little bit... And, you know, it's like a whitey blue. It's not really... It's kind of washed out. I like it. That's what I want. It's nice, though. I can't lie. It's a nice tree. Most GTA YouTubers are boring. I can't believe you'd say that about our Lord and Savior, Mr. Boss, who is the best YouTuber for GTA I've ever seen. Absolutely top-notch guy. I love his videos. Whenever I see his videos and all the stuff that he promises us, I'm so excited for all the games he's promised us and all the content that he says is going to be in GTA 6.
Well,
Hope he gets a Dr. Diddy allocation. I'm fucking done. this poor guy. I'm fucking done. This poor guy, bro. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice enough guy. He just is like every other, you know, YouTuber out there, or grifters, you know? That's the problem with YouTube. It's a grifter's paradise, you know? It's all about making money. They don't give a shit about quality videos or quality, you know, like, content. They just want to fucking sell you shit so that you watch their videos and make them money. That's it. Oh, this thing sucks, by the way, and it's so fucking hell. The first thing I do with YouTubers whenever I find a YouTuber I like is I don't subscribe for like a year. And I keep my eye on them here and there to see what kind of content they put out. And eventually, if I like their content, I'll subscribe like a year later. I find that really helps. Because a lot of their shit is dead. There are some really high quality YouTubers out there. But see, this is why I don't bother making YouTube videos, because whenever I want to come up with a video, I'm like, is it going to be high enough quality? And I don't want to put something out that's just like some shit grifters YouTube crap, you know, that people put out, you know? I don't want that. I don't want to put something out that has to clickbait. I don't want to put something out that has to, you know, it's just slop, just trying to get people to view it for 10 minutes so I get more money. You know what I mean? I don't want to start saying, you know, like, you know how they do it where they kind of string you along. They don't get to the point of the video until right at the end. Like half the videos on YouTube, 100%, you could just answer it in the first 5 seconds. This is why, you know what, I always say it. If you want to watch tech videos that you need help, right? If you need help with tech, and I've posted a meme about this before, always go to the Indian channels. Because the Indian channels are perfect. There's no fancy editing. Maybe just an old style, you know, like introduction. You know, like they put in from Movie Maker or whatever the fuck they use. Ideally, it's just one that has like a simple blue background with some text, like white text on it, and it just turns and, you know, does the old turn, you know, around, you know, where like it's like a cube and it turns to the side to like reveal the next one. That's what you want. The more ghetto it is, the better the video. And if it's like 2 minutes and 35 seconds and it looks ghetto as shit, that is the best YouTube video you can watch. That is going to help you infinitely more than any major YouTube tech YouTuber, tech company, whatever. That's gonna do it for you. The more ghetto it looks and the stronger the accent, you know you're gonna get quality. If bro is Indian, you know, his accent is Indian to the max, you know that shit's gonna be fire. You know that shit. You're going to get that shit sorted quick. That's what you want to see. You know? If you get some, like, white hipster guy with all fancy editing and shit, nah, it's dead. You don't want that. You don't want that. You know you're going to be watching it for, like, 20 minutes. And they're still not going to tell you what the answer is. And they'll say, find out in the next part. You know? Or whatever bullshit. No. You go, you find the most ghetto-looking YouTube channel with the most ghetto-looking videos. Short 2 to 3 minute videos and the thickest Indian accent. Yeah, you're golden. That's it. Like, that's the reality of it. Fuck off. Bro, this guy is a dick. Thank you. But yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I love. It's the best thing that India has done. I feel for the world is Indian tech YouTubers. Honestly, it's their main. It's their best export. I can't lie. It's just pure fire. You know you're gonna get good, informative content. So this is the problem. I don't end up making any YouTube videos really because I'm always like, I don't want to end up just, making shit that is long for the sake of it. Like I put out like the videos I don't really edit them either because I just put out this like I don't really like to make all the clickbait and all that shit and edit it to make it look fancy. I just like to put out stuff that I want to watch myself. But I know that's not really what YouTube, that's not what really thrives on YouTube these days. If I was in 2010 still, 2011, yeah. But in today's YouTube, everything has to be quick and snappy. The jump cuts have to be like to the millisecond. If there's anything that's even slightly, even just a millisecond beyond what's like exciting, no, you gotta cut it out. Because kids these days can't handle that. The only thing they can handle is just constant action. Crazy. You're mainly into YouTubers who do film and music analysis. I imagine film analysis YouTubers are probably quite good at editing, since, they're into film. Remember Yeardley Diamond back in the day? No, I don't remember him. What did he do? GTA stuff? You got one of my videos in a YouTube feed. Which one was it? The best video on my channel, I can't lie, is hands down, is the Gaz Rocky. The Gaz versus RSG Rocky video. Just because it... Like, not because it's, like, edited particularly well because of whatever. It's literally just straight recording of what was happening in the game. I didn't even use, like, the video editor or anything. It was just funny because it's Gaz, and it's just the fact he got me right at that point. I'll never forget it. That we had been fighting, and I was slapping him up, and then he managed to get me just from pure luck, and that I made a whole video of just that. So much fun. You got the video AF about to get orbited by you video. What? This was in the stream. It must have been the stream, bro. Because I never made a video on that. Although I have got it recorded, so maybe one day I'll make an actual video of me, maybe I'll make a YouTube short. Oh, yeah, I can make a YouTube short of me just orbiting you. Yes. Yes, finally a reason to use YouTube shorts. That'd be great. Oh, he passed right before GTA 5 dropped. Oh, that sucks. Especially since he did GTA 4 stuff. That sucks that he would pass away before 5. There's some really bad film critics on YouTube. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, there are some very questionable people on there who are very anti-woke and everything. I love the fucking film the thumbnails of like them making all the people look like they're crying. Usually, like there was a great one of what's her name, Brie Larson, and it was like most edited fucking thing. It looked like AI made it, of her like crying, and I'm like, I don't think she's crying. She's made millions of dollars from her films. I don't think she's crying. I don't think she's on YouTube crying about it. It's crazy how many of these like old YouTubers and like reactors and stuff have gone into like the manosphere type shit. Like there's so many of them that used to be quite... I used to watch back in the day reactors just because I was curious at other people's reactions to stuff. And a lot of them ended up falling down that. A lot of them have gone down that path. It's quite sad. It really does make me quite sad. Because I did like a lot of them back in the day, and then, yeah, now they're so critical of every little thing that isn't, like, exactly what they wanted. Tyro Magnus. Nah, Tyro Magnus fucking blocked me, bro. He blocked me on YouTube and on Twitter. That was fucking amazing. Now, Tyro Magnus actually was pretty interesting back in the day, but then, yeah, he went downhill quick when he started getting into, like, all this shit. He was actually alright back in the day. Like, I'm talking, like, 2013. But then he just lost his fucking mind. So every video, I remember he used to be so excited about everything, about like Marvel, and then his videos just became about like criticizing literally anything that isn't like exactly what he wanted, even if it was still good. I wonder what he thinks about James Gunn, because he loves Zack Snyder, right? And I wonder how he feels about James Gunn redoing Superman. Because I think he liked James Gunn. I remember he used to speak highly of back in the day of like Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. But I don't know whether he thinks it's gone like woke or something since then, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't like James Gunn now. I would check, but again, I'm blocked, so... And I don't really want to give him my money. I guess I could watch it on a non... Because I have YouTube Premium, but I guess I could always just load it up on a browser with AdBlock on. With no YouTube Premium, like log out and log into another browser. He doesn't get any money from me. You never watched him, but you saw a clip of him crashing out over woke stuff. Yeah, he lost it. Like, I noticed it slowly with him. Like, I noticed it slowly that originally he used to be very positive about stuff. And, you know, if he didn't like it, he would say he didn't like something, but he would be like, you know, he would just kind of, you know, be like, whatever, you know, it's not for me, whatever. But then as time's gone on, yeah, I remember it was around the time that, yeah, they did Captain Marvel. I remember he really lost it on that. He was really annoyed about that. And then I remember there was another moment which something happened. There was another film that came out, and you know, which loads of people online were talking about, like being woke, and he just lost it. After that, he never bothered to try to go back. He gets a lot more. I think because he gets lots of views for it, like lots of the people that watch him. And he's also and you know what also gave it away? He's a fucking quack. I remember he used to go on and on about like alternative medicine. Oh, he might have been Ghostbusters. Yeah, that got him. I remember when that came out. No, he started going on about alternative medicine, like how you can cure yourself of all different ills if you do like detoxify and all this nonsense. And yeah, he ended up following through that, and he started suggesting different things like that. And then when COVID happened, I stopped watching him at that point because I was like, you know, whatever. But I checked in on him during COVID. And yeah, he was going on. He was getting really annoyed about, you know, having to like lock down. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. He couldn't go to the gym, stuff like this. And he was so fucking angry about everything. And I was like, yeah, that broke him. Like, I think COVID is what fully broke him. Like, he was already going down that path during the whole, you know, like, yeah, when everything was being considered woke. But then, yeah, I think COVID is what destroyed his brain, because as soon as that happened, he was like, yeah, constantly going on and on and on about, you know, alternative medicine and how COVID is this, not that, you know, so yada yada yada, it's not, you know, not that bad, blah 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 blah. He was all right, but then yeah, he just lost it on that. And then ever since then, I remember I think around the time I got blocked by him, because I basically called him out on everything, and he just blocked me, which is fair. I mean, it's his right to block people. I'm not gonna get angry at someone for blocking you, because that's, you know, that is your right. I mean, I use my block button for weirdos. I mean, it's fine if he wants to use it on me, but you know, it is his YouTube channel, it's his Twitter, he can do what he wants on it. But yeah, you know, I don't like him now, but back in 2013 he was all right. You know, he was more humble back then as well. But it's funny because how many of you have seen I'm Dante? You know what's funny is I'm Dante. He came up through that whole group. He was in that React world. And I remember he did a roast on Tyrone Magnus back in the day. And that was what really kicked off his career in that. It boosted him up. And now he's a fairly big YouTuber and streamer from what I understand. Not like, you know, not to the same level as, you know, like XUC and all that lot, you know, the big Monday ones, but he's fairly, you know, big size. He's bigger than Tyrone Magnus was and has ever been. And I'm like, that just made me laugh, was the idea that this guy came up, made a roast about him and ended up beating him out. Your man says streaming is harder than 9 to 5. Yeah, I mean, that, he's capping hard on that. Let's be real. He's capping hard on that. Streaming is not harder than 9 to 5. Like, don't get me wrong. You have to do a lot streaming if you want to be successful. Don't get me wrong, because obviously there's a difference between what I do, which is I just stream myself and have fun, and there's a difference between what other streamers do where they want to become big. To become big, you have to network. You have to network constantly. You've got to constantly be getting, you know, involved with other people. You've got to be planning your content and stuff like that. But saying that, how many of these streamers actually do that anymore? The really big streamers, they don't edit their own videos. They just hire people to do the videos for them. They don't. They have managers. So, you know, they have a social media manager that does all the, you know, the marketing and shit themselves. You know, so it's not on them. So I can see it from both angles. I don't think that streaming is harder than 9 to 5, but I do think it's difficult in its own way. You know, depending on what size you're on, what you're trying to achieve. But I don't think it's harder than 9 to 5. I think well, it depends on the 9 to 5 though. Some 9 to 5s are piss easy. But if you're someone grinding out in fucking McDonald's, slaving away, yeah, that's way harder than streaming. Way, way harder. And there was a streamer who agreed with that. There was a streamer that said, who was just like, cut the bullshit. Yeah, my life has been so much better as a streamer. I get given free games. I can play with my friends all day, any day. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. I get paid way more than I did as a 9 to 5. So I can understand both aspects. So yeah, I can see where he's coming from in some sense, where it can be very difficult if you do all of it yourself. But you know what? At his size, he probably has people making videos for him and stuff like that. So he just has to produce content. You know, he just has to like film himself fucking around doing stuff, and he just you know, other people do the, you know, the job of making stuff into, you know, content. So I don't know. Oh yeah, Queso did, and I think it wasn't Queso that I saw, but it was another one, and I think it was like an old Call of Duty Modern Warfare streamer from back in the day said it as well. And I'm pretty sure Shroud has said in the past stuff like that as well, where he's been very like, you know, calm on that. He's like, yeah, you know, it isn't anywhere near as bad as what people say it is, you know, but yeah. But yeah, Dante came up from roasting other React channels. That was what he did. He did like a roast on, there was a guy called Ryan who did film reviews. Ryan something. Was it Ryan Wright? I don't think his name was even Ryan in the end. It was like Greg, but yeah, he did a roast on him. I think he did a roast on Tyrone. So it's interesting seeing how big he's become now versus like Tyrone, who it's kind of, yeah, gone to that manosphere group. So sad. No, not Ryan Toy Reviews. No, that's definitely too young. Whatever gift you get from Santa, enjoy it. JB, I can't lie, I don't have any gifts from Santa. I already know that. Bro. I don't even get gifts from my family, bro. I get like, I mean, to be fair, I don't want gifts from my family. I made it clear to them years ago that I won't give gifts, they won't give gifts. We know we don't do gifts. Same with Rebecca. I don't buy Rebecca anything, she doesn't buy me anything. We just, you know, we just enjoy our company. So what me and Rebecca will probably do is we had a nice meal a couple days ago. We had a delicious meal. And that was kind of that was it. We went to Popeyes. Obviously, Americans will know Popeyes. Popeyes is more of a more of a newer one in the UK. And I don't know what it's like in America, but in the UK, it's very crispy. It's an amazing, it's insanely crispy chicken compared to like KFC. And so we went there and got ourselves a nice meal, and that was that. That was our Christmas present, I suppose. But we don't do gifts other than that. You know what's funny though? Whenever JB talks about Santa, is that Santa wouldn't even come to any houses in the UK. Because you know why? You want to know why? Santa doesn't exist in the UK. The idea of it. In the UK, traditionally, we had a guy called Father Christmas who, over time, evolved to look much more like Santa. But originally, he had I think he had like a green coat instead of a red coat. And yeah, he was called Father Christmas. That's the traditional English and British, I guess, thing, you know. And then over time, the Americanization of Father Christmas, making him into Santa, is you know there. But yeah, British children should only be given a shit about Father Christmas, not Santa. Santa's a cheap knockoff. Although, to be fair, Santa does come from like the Dutch, so maybe it was before Father Christmas. I don't know. From UK, from Santa in USA. Santa ain't in the UK, bro. Like I said, it's Father Christmas in the UK. But I don't know how to break this to you either. Father Christmas doesn't exist. Ain't no jolly fat man coming down my chimney. You know why? Because my chimney's been filled in. That sounds mad. Oh, that sounds fucking mad, bro. Why do I always do this to myself? Why do some space bars have DPI? It shouldn't have DPI. It might have a quicker response time. It might have a higher response time, which could be useful in games where you need to really... Although, to be fair, like, a good keyboard would have the entire keyboard being high response time, but I suppose it might be useful for people playing like Counter-Strike where you have the bunny hop and stuff. Or short response time, I guess. High response rate, short response time. No, you know what though? It was crazy, yeah. I remember having an argument in school when I was like 9 years old about, you know, some people were saying Santa's not real or Father Christmas isn't real. And I remember standing there and like really defending him, saying, yes, he is real. And then lo and behold, that Christmas, I saw my parents putting the Christmas tree, putting the gifts under the Christmas tree. And I was like, ah. I was like, yeah, fair. I couldn't go back to them after that one. What did my favorite film of the year end up being? Joker 2. Top-notch film. Best film I've ever seen in my life. I cried in that film. It was true cinema. I mean, to be fair, I did actually cry, but it was more from crying of boredom. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. Low-key, it might be wicked. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love Deadpool. I love Deadpool and Wolverine. You know me. I'm a big fan of Wolverine. I love Hugh Jackman, yeah. But low-key, Wicked I actually really enjoyed that film. A lot more than I thought I was going to, and I had a great time with the lore and kind of expanding on the the universe. And I thought that the main woman, as much as she annoys me, with the way she was, she reacted to a fan-made poster, I did like her playing the character. I thought she was really good, and I thought that the singing was really good as well. So low key, I'm not gonna lie, it's wicked, I'd say like I don't know, like I love, I don't know, I do love Deadpool and all that, but yeah, Wicked might just stole it, I think. You never answered my question. Oh, sorry, bro. What was the question again? Let me see if I can find it. My bad, bro. I was so wrapped up in JB, bro. That's that. Oh my god, why would I say that? Why would I say that? Fuck off. Bro, how far back is this question? Bro, how far back is this? Oh, What If? Oh, have I watched What If? I've watched What If season 1 and 2. I've not watched the third one, the one that just came out. Yeah, wrapped up with JB is a madness, I'm not gonna lie. Your favorite was an Indian film called All We Imagine Is Light, but your second favorite is Furiosa, followed by Anora and Doom Part 2. Oh yeah, Doom was quite good. I'm not gonna lie, Doom was quite good. I think the issue with Doom is I had never seen the first one, so like I didn't understand how it took me a while to kind of understand it, and then when I finally got into it, I was like, the film was already like halfway over, and I was like, oh, what is it about? What If? What If is just about different like stories. Wait, are you talking about the What If series, like the What If Marvel series? Is that what you're talking about? Because if it is, it's just talking about it just explores like different what if scenarios throughout the Marvel universe. Like what if Ultron had won in Avengers Age of Ultron, for example, which is actually a really cool what if story. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually probably my favorite what if story. Because I was really amazed when I won't spoil it if you want to watch it, but I was really amazed. I love just seeing this what the potential Ultron had was just great. Because they didn't really take advantage of Ultron in the actual main film. Although he was played by a fantastic person, the original Daniel Jackson in Stargate, the movie, but no, they never really did much with him outside of the movie. So yeah, it was nice to see What If. I should probably go and watch Doom Part 1 before Doom Part 3 or whatever comes out. We'll see about it. We'll see about it. Maybe one day. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Caitlin. Why did you get it early, by the way? Is it just, like, is there any reason you got your stuff early this year, or just felt like it? You only watched Godzilla X Con and Godzilla and Kong this year. I wanted to see that, but we never got around to it. There was a few films I wanted to see that we never got to see. Quite sad. Where am I from? London. London, UK. London, England, Great Britain, United Kingdom, former European Union. One day, hopefully, rejoin. You just felt like it, your mum said, okay, fair enough, I guess, yeah, why not? You did the JB method of having your gift in the Christmas Eve. Dune Messiah is coming out in 26. Alright, calm, I'll get around to it then. You know what, the only thing I remember from Doom 1, because obviously I never watched it, but I saw the trailers, and I remember that music playing, because whenever we went to the cinema, every time there was a trailer for Dune. And this was when Rebecca hadn't moved yet, so she had come down to visit, and we went to the cinema like 2 or 3 times that week just to watch different films, and it kept coming up. It just kept coming up as a trailer every time, and I remember thinking to myself, like, this is good music, but fuck me, is it loud? And I remember thinking about, yeah, we'll probably watch that, but obviously she hadn't moved yet, so we couldn't, so... I'll have to, But yeah, we did end up going to see Dune 2, which was good. But we definitely need to watch number 1. Dune was surprisingly, for me, because obviously I had nothing to really compare it to, it was actually pretty decent. And I like watching Zendaya, you know. Zendaya is always good in pretty much anything she's in, so I quite like it, seeing her and stuff. Why is there a wonky looking port on the bottom of the 360 controllers? A wonky port? Oh, you mean at the very... You mean like beneath the analog sticks in that little gap? Yeah, it was the headset that the 360 controllers used to come with. Yeah, they used to have like a little headset that would, you know, sit on one side, and then you'd have like a piece of plastic on one side, and then you'd have one like tiny little speaker on the other. Good times. You have to break it to me. What'd you have to break, JB? Let's see what wisdom you've got. You thought it was a dumb headset? Nah, to be fair, it was a great headset for the time. Like, this was long. The idea of putting a headset in every console box was genius. Because it meant that everyone could talk. Like, I don't think... Like, people don't realize how much better it was having that. Because the PS3, by comparison, you had to get Bluetooth headsets. And don't get me wrong, I had a really great Bluetooth headset for the PS3. But at first, Sony did... Until Sony released their own one, you had to get, like, random, like, third-party ones, and they were kind of hit and miss. So having a headset in every Xbox, like, box was insane. And it meant that every lobby was full of people talking. Whereas with the PS3, although, yes, you had people talking, you know, a lot of people just didn't have headsets. So that was really, really good. The PS4 then had a headset in every box as well, which was awesome, because then, you know, Sony learned from how Microsoft did it with the 360, and now obviously the PS5, every controller has a mic inbuilt, which, or you know, is depending on your view, good or bad. Oh yeah, I saw that about Christopher Nolan. I saw he also got knighted, and some people were annoyed about that. But I've heard about the the Odyssey. I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. I have no idea. I mean, I've never read it. It's based off the work by Homer, isn't it? But I've never actually read or, you know, really read into any of the Greek classics, so it'll be interesting. You're done with Fortnite when you get BO6. Bro, you don't even play Fortnite. You literally just sit there in the lobby and do nothing, bro. What are you on about? You had a USB Bluetooth for PS3, but didn't work for PS4 L from Sony. Yeah, they did it for security reasons. They restricted the fuck out of USBs. On the PS3, there was very little security for USB, and that's why it got jailbroken. One of the first ways to jailbreak a PS3 was using USB. So Sony with the PS4 really restricted it. So it can only be used in certain ways. Yeah, but wired 360 controller, yeah. I prefer wired ones because the batteries don't work. Oh, then again, to be fair, the thing I like about Xbox controllers is you can just replace the batteries anytime you want. You haven't got to, like, worry about if the battery wears down and having to buy a knockoff Chinese one and then replace it. Like the PS5 controllers. It's a favourite of yours, so you're curious to see how he adapts it. Oh, this will be a big one for you then, because if he doesn't do a good job, you're going to be pissed. No, it'll be cool. I mean, I think he could do something really interesting with it. I'll go and see it, because why not? I'm very much someone that just, I'm like, why not? It's in the cinema, it looks cool, why not? Go and see it, see what happens. No idea what's going on in it, but that's fine. I still, though, you know what though? I'll still stand. The Microsoft controller is so close to perfection. It's so fucking close to perfection. The only thing they need to do is replace the analog sticks with Hall effect sticks and put haptic feedback into the controller like the PlayStation 5. If Microsoft puts haptic feedback and Hall effect analog sticks on the next Xbox controller, and it still has like custom battery ports where you can just put in whatever battery you want, I'll buy it day one. Because bro, I don't care, that shit would be fire. I love that fact I can just buy rechargeable batteries and just charge them myself, and then I never have to worry about the battery. Oh, that would be so cool. A Hall effect Xbox controller with replaceable batteries. Holy shit, that would be fire. Oh, son of a bitch. Microsoft, do it for next Xbox. For the next Xbox. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens with the film. I mean, I hope it's good, just because I think it'd be sad if you end up not liking it, considering you liked his recent stuff a lot, and obviously, you know, you like the Odyssey, you know, I think it'd be really sad if you end up not liking it, so hopefully it's good. Not a letdown like some films have been, sadly. Oppenheimer's the favorite of his films so far. I mean, I have to agree, to be fair. I've not seen many of his films. I've not seen many of his films, but I'd say Oppenheimer's probably the best one as well. Like, it was one of those films you had to see in the cinema, I feel. Like, if you see it on, like, Blu-ray, especially if you see it on DVD, it won't hit the same. But if you have, like, a good sound system and stuff, maybe it'd be alright. But I feel like you had to see it in the cinema for it to really... The fact that everyone was, like, dead quiet... Like, I thought people would be talking and shit, and, like, on their phones, but, like, no one went on their phone or talked. It was really impressive, actually. And I love that whole summer. I love that it had like a real marketing thing going on. I love the whole Barbenheimer thing, because it was great getting two extreme ends, like opposite ends of films, and the fact that me and Rebecca went back. I mean, we could have watched in the same day, but we decided to do it. We went in one day, watched one, went in the other day and watched the other, and it was just great. Like going back to the cinema 2 days in a row and just seeing like complete opposite ends of film was great. It was fucking awesome. I loved it. That was genuinely one of my favorite times at the cinema. Seeing Barbie and then seeing Oppenheimer. I can't remember which one we did first. I think we saw Barbie first, then Oppenheimer. No, did we watch Oppenheimer first, then Barbie? I don't know, actually. No, I can't lie. It was glorious. It was a glorious summer. Ken was your hero for 2 weeks. My fucking Discord thing still says Kenuff in the pronouns. Because I love how no one uses the pronoun thing on Discord. Well, some people do, but most people just put random shit in the pronouns. So, like, I think most people are, like, you know, they'll have, like, he, him, you know, they'll make a joke about him, you know, being him. You know, I had mine as, like, Gohan at one point, Go/Han. Then I put Kenuff. That's still my fucking one to this day, is Kenuff in my pronouns. They might as well just change the name of that and just put like status message or something, because like, or like a short about me or something, because no one fucking uses it as a pronoun thing. I saw up then, Barbie, did I?
What the hell? Oh my god, no!
Oh yeah, you have yours as Batman. Yeah, yeah. God damn. Hey, a lot of money. Ah, shit, I forgot to buy a lottery ticket. Fuck. 50 million jackpot tomorrow, bro. And yeah, tomorrow morning I need to buy a lottery ticket, bro. I don't know why I just thought about that, but I need a... fuck. Ryan Gosling as Ken is honestly perfect. I remember so many people were saying, oh, no, he'll be terrible as Ken when they first, like, announced it. Like, I remember a lot of people like, oh, why Ryan Gosling? Bro fucking cooked in that role. Like, bro was so good. And then when he did the live, like, singing at that, like, reward show or something, I can't remember what it was. He did that, like, a live rendition of it. No, I can't lie. That was genuinely one of the best, like, one of the best times. It's just everything about that was beautiful. Ryan Gosling fucking cooks on that. What the fuck is this safe, by the way? Down here.
Hey, see you on the flip side.
Oh, it's behind the poster. You're one of 5 people that uses the pronoun thing normally. Yeah. No, most people just use it to fucking put shit. Oh, that's great. I love it.
What's up? Hey.
I'm actually really hyped for more Ryan Gosling stuff. He's an actor that I never used to give a shit about, but like now I have to watch it, you know, stuff that he's in. Yeah, see, I don't usually watch the Oscars, but I can't lie, I had to watch him do that. I had to. It was so good. I mean, you can tell how little I give a shit about the Oscars because I didn't even remember it was called the Oscars. But yeah, that was fucking... Oh, that was fire, I can't lie. Bro was so good. You could use... Yeah, you should use the side button for the Deadeye. Kellen, why not? It's way better than the middle button. Who atted me? Who atted me on Discord? It was AF. AF about to get orbital cannoned. Oh yeah. A good video. I love that came up though.
There's racing for glory. Come enjoy the thrill of horse racing. New races every few minutes.
People vote without having seen the film they're voting for. Oh, I mean, yes, a lot of times it's just popularity contests. I'd say, like, a lot of votes are just popularity contests, to be honest with you. They're just whatever people, you know, think is going to be good or whatever hype, you know. They don't give a shit about the actual stuff. They just want to vote for whatever they think is hype for themselves or whatever someone else has said is good or whatever. Yeah, that was when you got your PS5, AF. That was around that same time.
How can I help you?
I am out. All right, JB. Enjoy your Christmas Eve festivities. Remember to Remember to give Santa a good reward, bro. Remember to give him a good suck on the candy cane he gives you. No worries, bro. Oh, I'm getting tired now. Alright, this is a sign. I'm gonna play for maybe a little bit longer and then I'll call it because I want to obviously I want to actually be able to be energized tomorrow. What to do, what to do. Woo! Bohemian Rhapsody. I didn't even... You know what? I actually kind of wish I saw that film, but I never got around to it. I think... Did Rebecca watch it? I'm not sure. What am I going to do tomorrow is eat, probably. So, we've got Christmas dinner. We got that scheduled around 2 to 3, right? Christmas dinner. And then I've got a bunch of party food, like a bunch of party food from Marks and Spencer's, which is really, really decent. So I've got a bunch of that in the fridge, and that can go on the air fryer. And then I've got chocolate log. 2 to 3 a.m. No, 2 to 3 p.m. 2 to 3 p.m., bro. I've got chocolate Yule log, which I'm really excited to have. And then there's also the, you know, Christmas biscuits, Christmas chocolates. I think we've got like a gatto or something fancy. Is it gatto or something else? It was something, I don't know, it might be a gatto, it might be something else. We got some fancy shit anyway. Yeah, so tomorrow's gonna be a fat day, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna gain like 2-3 pounds from just that. Like I'm gonna get mad fat. Probably gonna eat like 5,000, 6,000 calories. So that's gonna be fun. You put Bohemian Rhapsody in your top 10 most hated. Gee, that's crazy. Top 10. That's that takes something. You need eggnog. You know what? Eggnog's not really a thing here. I've never seen it. I've never once seen eggnog in the UK, ever. I think that... Actually, no, wait. I have seen it once when it was available. I think it was in, like, a store. It was, like, pre-made. And, yeah, it was just a pre-made one that you got from, like, you know, from the cold, like, milk aisle. And that was it. I've never seen it other than that once. Kind of homophobic in how it treats Freddy's sexuality, plus editing's true terrible. Bad editing sucks. I can't lie. But I can't speak on the homophobic stuff because obviously I've never seen it. I can't speak on it. But no, the editing though is bad. If it's bad editing, it does ruin a film. Bad editing will ruin a film for you. Or editing that you don't like anyway. Like Black Widow, I know that some people like it more than others, but I can't lie. That there was so many jump cuts in that film, I felt physically sick by the end of it. I was like, bro, please, less jump cuts, please. I beg. I felt like Kraven had the same issue for me. Was that me and Rebecca went to see Kraven the Hunter, and I liked the actor. I liked you know, some parts of it, but the thing that got me was just how many jump cuts there were. It was less than Black Widow, but it was still too many jump cuts. There was like big chunks of the film that they seemed to just cut out. And it was like, what the fuck's going on? I was like, what the fuck's going on? How is he already there? Ah, no. I feel that's what happens when they rush it. That's why partly of the reason you hate The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, Amazing Spider-Man 2. I love that film still, but it does have a lot of issues with pacing and cuts. I agree. Like, the pacing is a bit off on that. Again, I think it's just because they rushed it. I think that's what happens, isn't it? Especially Sony. Sony seems to love rushing their films when they don't think they're going to do very well. It's the best drink ever. I'll have to take your word for it, because I've probably never had it, just because it's not really accessible here. Do I do one of these shitty ones? Nah, fuck that. Am I gonna watch Squid Games? I might. I haven't got Netflix yet. I might sub to it. I don't know. Rebecca wants to watch it with me, but the problem is that if I watch it with Rebecca, I won't be able to watch it for like for almost like a week. So if I end up watching it with Rebecca, it won't be for at least a week. But the problem is also is that because it's in Korean, I like to watch it in the Korean version, which means that I'm gonna have to focus. And obviously, when you're watching something in another language, you have to really focus on what's being said. Yes, because you have to read it. And so the issue with that is obviously is that it might not be the best experience to watch it with Rebecca. So I'm not sure yet. But I'll see what happens. But it's not something I've really talked about much.
Sure.
Get the fuck out of this building.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see on the... It comes out Boxing Day, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, a lot of you won't know what Boxing Day is, the 26th. I don't think it'll hit the same, because I think that part of the reason the first one was so... Why is it always the same fucking bitch? The reason I think the first one did really well for me is just because it was so different from shit I'd already watched. Because I don't really watch Korean stuff. I don't really watch a lot of Japanese stuff other than Dragon Ball. So, like, it was just like, wow, this is fucking crazy. Like, this was really cool, because it was the first time I really give a shit about something that wasn't, like, a Western thing. It was done in, you know, it was South Korean, and it, you know, and people were saying, no, you got to watch it in the original language. You got to watch it. You can't watch, you know, don't watch it in English. And it's the one time I made the exception. As you know, my feelings on watching stuff in other languages, not for me, but it's the one time I made the exception, and it was well worth it, because I did enjoy it a lot in Korean, and I think that's why it was so good. It was just kind of like, wow, this is so different, but obviously the second season is going to be like, well, it's more of the same. So will it hit the same? Probably not. But I'm still interested in the lore behind it. Like, I'm interested in who these people are. I'm interested in, like, you know, why the fuck they're doing what they're doing. I'm interested to see how they connect. Because they said there's other games around the world, like an American one and shit. So I'm really curious to see if we'll get, like, an American spin-off version at some point. Yeah, like, I'm really curious to see how that all plays out. It was also really cool seeing, like, you know, the twist with the old guy. Although he turned out in real life to be a real life creep, but it was interesting seeing, like, the little switch up at the end. Like, oh shit! Oh my god! Like some people probably caught on earlier on, but like I was kind of looking at him a bit weird, but I wasn't like I still got surprised when it all kind of hit, and I was like, oh shit! Like, yeah, that makes so much sense now. But yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I just don't know when. It might be a week after. It might be a week after, or it might be. Yeah, it might be a week after. It depends how Rebecca wants to do it, but I might just say to her, "No, I'm gonna watch it on my own and just like grind through it." So, yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in that to see how that all fares, but. I want to watch. See, I'm thinking about getting Netflix anyway for 1 month, because I want to watch Stranger Things again. I want to rewatch the whole series, ready for when season 5 comes out this year. And I also want to watch Cobra Kai season 6, because I've not seen any of Cobra Kai season 6 yet. I haven't seen, because it's 3 parts in it, isn't it? There's 3 parts, and 2 parts are out now. And obviously the third part comes, I think, 13th of February. So, yeah, I'll probably subscribe later this month or maybe next month. Just depends. Is it all coming out in one day, or is it like spread over like a couple weeks? Is it, you know, because how Netflix used to be all about like releasing everything in one day, or are they doing this bullshit now where they do it over like a couple weeks, like how Disney does it? Fucking hate Disney for that, man. I hate that shit. I hate it so much. Like Agatha, right? Me and Rebecca actually enjoyed Agatha at the end. At the first episode, we were like, "Oh, Agatha's not. We're not really into this." Like, I was getting a bit bored. She was getting a bit. But I could tell she was getting really bored from it. She was like, "Oh, this isn't what I thought." But we watched a couple more episodes and we ended up really liking it. And it's that's the thing. If we had only managed to see the first episode because they had released it weekly, because I think they did release it weekly, but we waited a few weeks before we watched it. If we had only seen the first episode, 100%, I don't think we would have finished it. You know what I mean? I don't think we would have finished. I just think that we would have been like, okay, whatever. So I hate when they do that shit, man. I hate when they do this weak bullshit. Like, just do it all in one go, bro. Like, the only time it works for a week is if it's like something like Stargate, where it's 20-something episodes and it's all, you know, different stories each week, like a Monster of the Week type thing. And then maybe, you know, the story kind of picks up towards the end and there's like an overarching story to it, but in the build up there's lots of different episodes where they just do different things that have no connection to the final episode. I like that. It makes sense to do weekly then. But when they do these like short, well, basically just movies split into 6, or bro, just put them up in one go. I hate that. If you're gonna just make a movie and split it into 6, just stick it all up at once, please. I beg. So, yeah, I don't know what they're doing with was Squid Games the first one? Was that one all done in 1 week, or was that done like over the weeks? Because I watched it all in one go, but it might have been because I waited a bit. Season 1 was all... Apparently, all of them are coming out on the same day? If that's the case, I'll just watch them in like probably 2 or 3 a day kind of thing. Yeah, if they're doing like 2 a day, then if they're doing like the whole thing in one go, I'll just watch like 2 a day or something, like kind of pace myself. Well, I have Netflix. There's a film called May December on there. Natalie Portman, yeah. I like Natalie. Might give it a go. Yeah, so that's what I want to watch anyway. So, and then obviously, what's it called? Cobra Kai season 6 part 3 comes out in February, so I'll probably have the sub for that as well. And then that's it. Then now I probably won't get Netflix again after that. I mean, I'll probably get it. We'll probably have to get it for Wednesday because me and Rebecca like watching Wednesday season 1, so we're gonna probably watch Wednesday again when that comes out the next season. So we'll probably have to sub them, but I don't see myself subbing to Netflix again after that. I'll be real, because they've ending all this. Well, sorry, Stranger Things. That's it. After that, because there's not really anything I give a shit about Netflix now. They keep canceling everything after 1 season, so it was like, why would I want to waste time getting to something just for them to cancel it? You know what I mean? Like I love Stranger Things. Once that's done, it's over. Cobra Kai is done after February. Wednesday, I mean, you know, that will be on for a few years, but I mean, Netflix might lose the rights and it might go somewhere else because it's not Netflix who make it. Obviously, Squid Games, but I mean, to be fair, I just don't see myself subbing much anymore. I used to sub. I had a 10-year sub. Almost. I think I had like a 9-year sub to Netflix every single month. £6 a month until they increase the pricing, but the pricing just keeps getting higher and higher, and the quality of the stuff gets lower and lower. They cancel everything, and it's like, I would rather they just make less stuff and focused on making it good and longer like stuff instead of just canceling it. Because like, what's the point of getting invested in a show if it just ends up cancelled? It's just, what's the point? It ruins it. So whatever. Hey Joe, what are you saying, bro? Watch Mr. Beast games. Fuck Mr. Beast games, bro. Fuck Mr. Beast. What a weird guy. There was a show you watched that only ran for one season called 1899, and so interesting they got cancelled. You were pissed, yeah. Nah, it's sad when stuff gets cancelled. I know a lot of people still talk back about, was it Firefly that got cancelled like years ago, and people were like, oh, it's such a good show, and then they fucking cancelled it, and people still pissed about it to this day. I know that wasn't Netflix, but it's like, I hate when companies do that, where they make a really like a show that people love and then they just cancel it because fuck it.
Oh, a Vinewood actress. If the name doesn't ring a bell, I don't blame you.
You just got back from a Christmas Eve party. Ooh, where was it? Was it a family Christmas Eve party, bro?
The tax fraud charges she's running from.
Oh, it got cancelled before the mystery was solved? That's dumb. Hate when they do that. At least if you're gonna cancel a show, like at least like do an extra season to kind of finish it up, you know what I mean? Like I like at least, yeah, like do an extra season, just finish off, like tie all the loose ends and call it a day, but don't just cancel it on a cliffhanger. That's stupid. I need to do this 3 days in a row, so since it's Christmas and I'll be in a lot, I'll do it the next 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and Boxing Day. Yeah, Firefly got cancelled a long time ago, and people still pissed about it to this day. They're still fucking angry about it. I love it. That's proper passion right there. And people keep hoping it'll be brought back one day, and I'm like, yeah, it's over 20 years ago. It ain't coming back now. Oh yeah, Joss. Isn't that the same guy that was a bit weird later on? Like he turned out he was a bit odd. And he did like he was a bit questionable with some of the things he did. Or was that another guy I'm thinking of? Half the pirate relatives having a go at my head being so long and having a girlfriend but still had a good time. Bro, what is it with like relatives and girlfriend, bro? Happens all the time. They're like, oh, when are you gonna get a girlfriend, bro? Like, why? Why does it matter when you're gonna get a girlfriend, bro? This is probably why JB is so obsessed with having a girlfriend, bro. Alright, yeah. Have a good one, bro. Have a good normal day of the week, bro. It was him, was it? Ah, for fuck's sake. Of course, there's always... people have to do something that makes everyone, like... I don't know what it is with men, especially. I'm not saying it's just men, but... a lot of times... these like men in power, they always do something that just disappoints everyone, you know? They just get a bit weird with the women and the cast and the crew, and then it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, just why? Why do you have to do weird? He's responsible for that snarky and quippy dialogue style so common nowadays. That's quite a trendsetter then. Why is your entire adult identity represented if you have a girlfriend? It's, you know, this is the issue, right? Years and years of social norms have created this, bro. Like the idea that, you know, because I think it also, there's this like notion in life that if you're a guy, especially if you get older, that you're weird if you don't have like a girlfriend. It's really sad, actually. I've noticed that, like, yeah, if you're like a 40-year-old man and you're single, people look at you really weirdly for being like single. Whereas like, if it was a woman who was single, they would be like, oh, no worries. But because it's a man, they're like, oh, what a creep. Hate that shit, bro. It just ends up with people getting forced into negative and toxic relationships that they don't necessarily want to be part of, but they just can't be alone, because if they're alone, like, they look weird, or then, you know, and then they start getting to their head that they, you know, they have to be with someone else. Crazy. He was a screenwriter on the first Toy Story. Oh, the first Toy Story is fucking fire as well. Yeah, that's the sad thing is that, unfortunately, this is why they always say don't have heroes, because more often than not you'll end up disappointed because they'll do something that just is so shitty and then you're like, oh, well, that thanks, I guess. Another shit hero.
Retreat, retreat, everyone! Asshole!
Shit, everyone, take cover!
Oh shit, I need cover!
Kick your granny. Hello, what's up, bro?
Die, you fucking asshole!
Hell yeah! We know when Cleo's gonna be on set. Now, just need a way to unlock the stage door.
Move up!
No, it is sad though, like how so many people act like, yeah, you need to have a girlfriend, all this nonsense. So family members are dreadful for it, but it is what it is.
You're not gonna be able to get on
It also leads to a lot of like really toxic things. You know, when you're young, right? You know, when you're like a kid, you're like maybe, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, and you know you hang out with a girl at school or something, and your parents start going, "Oh, Johnny's got a girlfriend," and it's like, oh my, it just ends up making you like paranoid almost. Like it puts you off because you're like, you know, you don't, obviously when you're young, a lot of, you know, it's like when you're a primary school, it's like seen, you know, as being weird or whatever, you know, girls are icky, whatever nonsense like that, right? And it sticks with you for the longest time, bro. Like, still to this day, I have that in my fucking core memory, bro. Like, nah, and it ruins it for your future relationships. It takes you ages to kind of deal with that. It's so annoying. What have I got going on? Pretty much not much. I've just been doing some random activities. I've not really been grinding or anything that I usually do when I play this game. I've just been doing different things. Somehow still made a $1.3 million without even trying, but yeah, fair apparently. Oh. Best thing about this game is that you can just do nothing and still make money. You're having the adult version of that, Joe, where like, you're like, oh, Joe, you got a girlfriend from work, yeah? Like, you're getting the adult version, bro. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that very much. It's nice to see the Roman alert come up. Remember when I used to have loads of alerts for like hosting and raiding and all that good stuff, and then Twitch took away raiding and, oh no, hosting, and then a bunch of other ones just stopped working now? Yeah. You do a lot of stuff together. Oh, really? You do a lot of stuff together, yeah? Because you do that, they're like, oh, yeah, so she must be your girlfriend, yeah. Yeah, sad. Thing is, I actually genuinely enjoy being friends with women. Like, I have had in the past women who are friends, and I've always enjoyed it because they offer like a different vibe to men. You can talk to women in a way that you can't often talk to your own like guy friends. Like there's stuff I would never say to my guy friends, bro. But then, you know, women are more open to like discussing, they're breaking into like, you know, deep emotions and shit, whereas like guys are like, yo, bro. It's like, yo, bro. Nah, it's, you know what I mean, though. Have you seen a film called Cabin in the Woods? Cabin in the Woods, it sounds familiar.
You fucking idiot. Come on.
Sounds familiar. No, I've not seen it. But I have heard it. Yes, I have heard of it, but I've not seen it. It did sound familiar, but I've not seen it, sadly.
Don't be afraid to threaten these people with a little hardware. Don't want them thinking you're just acting.
Fuck. It'd probably blow your mind, Caitlin, if you played it on PS5 at 4K 60 FPS.
Birthday present, and she goes nuts for the old-timey movie stuff. If you bring back something cool from the studio, I'll boost your cut of the bounty. But this stays between us, all
Oh, sorry.
I just got myself in some shit here.
Okay, I found it. Why is it always that one?
You have to come get me on set.
It's stuck at 3060 on console in general. On the PS5, it's 60 FPS 4K, which is definitely the best way to experience it on console. The only way to have a better experience would be on PC if you have a really good PC. Well, a decent PC. Fuck. The other guy came out of nowhere. Oh, it was before Thor, yeah? I can't imagine him doing anything like not Thor nowadays. Oh, I see you now. You're hiding by... Get your foot out. There you go.
Once she's down, grab her.
The way she fell on the ground. That was great. The way she fell on the ground, like, moaned. I want a picture of that. That was fucking hilarious.
On the cell wall. Just a little something to inspire our future bounties.
Oh, he's the villain in Furiosa, really? I'll have to watch it one day. But yeah, Joe, no, yeah, you know, they'll be waiting a while for it. The thing is, the more they press you on it, the less likely you're gonna ever do anything. You know what I mean? Like, all they're doing is just making it worse for themselves and you, because the more they're gonna push it on you, the more likely you're gonna be like, yeah, no. Because something could happen, like, you know, it could happen over time. Like, that's how me and Rebecca became what we are. We you know, we just talked over time as friends, and we were literally just friends, and then we were just talking, hanging out, playing games, you know, shared experiences and shared interests, and then over time it kind of just kindled. So it could happen over time, you never know. But going into it with that intention might end up making it worse, for one, but also putting the pressure on you just makes it, you know, even worse, you know, like, yeah. Family need to calm down when it comes to stuff like that. The older generation also fall for AI videos and pictures on Facebook and, you know, believe a load of other shit. So I wouldn't really look at them as being, you know, good examples.
I can't go to real jail. Can I switch my thingy to house arrest, please?
I'm gonna try and get a selfie with her before she really starts crying and shit.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. It's just, it's your business, you know. The only person it should matter to is you. You're the only person that has any. You're not. It's not like a relationship with 3 or 4 people. It's a relationship is between 2 people. So the only person it should matter is you, no one else. So I would say, honestly, I would say just chill with it. You know, keep going, do what you're doing. You know, you're just talking. You know, you're just talking to her as a friend. You know, just keep doing that. Literally, just keep doing that, and you know, hang out and all that stuff that you do, and you never know, things might kindle up. You'll get the idea when if it's time. You know, if you'll kind of pick up on it eventually. I feel if it's starting to show signs of potential. But the thing is, and this is the thing that women hate, is that the worst thing is what women is that, or for women is men that don't understand that that are so incessantly in relationships. Because Rebecca says the same thing. She liked hanging out with guys. She's always liked having, you know, guy friends when she was younger. But the worst thing is guys always push, and it ruins it, because a lot of women feel like they can't be friends with guys because they're just going to get harassed eventually. You know, the relationship changes, the friendship changes. You know, that's a common thing I've heard from women that I am friends with or have been friends with in the past. I don't really talk to a lot of people anymore in general, just because I don't really have the time or energy to give a shit about friendships anymore, I'll be real. But when I used to be a lot more active and social, I remember, yeah, you know, they would always say the same thing to me, like, oh, I hate, You know, I hate when guys, like, I hate being in a friendship with guys because they almost always will end up being like, oh, well, you're a girl, so let's hook up. And I think that's really sad, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. You can be friends with women. You can. I've been, as I said, I've been friends with lots of women in the past. I've been friends with women throughout school and into you know, university and all that beyond. Never had an issue. And like I said, me and Rebecca started as a woman, as a as a friend who was a woman, and that's what, you know. As I said, that was never intended. I never intended to make Rebecca into a girlfriend or anything like that. I never once intended on that. That was never the intention. I just enjoyed hanging out with her. It was fun. Like, you know, we had her, me, Cave, Gaz, and Rebecca. Sometimes my American friend was there, and we would just chill. We would just play games and just have fun, do heists together. We had a couple of other girls that were friends with us too. Actually, we had a girl from Northern England, and we had a girl. We had two girls from Northern England actually, that we were friends with quite, and we would play like heists with and do all sorts of stuff with. And we, you know, none of us, you know, there was never any sort of like attempt or anything to get with them or anything. Other than Gaz, but it's Gaz. We all know Gaz is just fucking Gaz, but no, it was just calm. It was nice, but yeah, I don't know. Unless it's changed anything, you'll remain friends. She's got an amazing personality, but you've got your eyes on someone else. Maybe it's cruel. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, I don't think it's necessarily. It's not cruel because if your intention is just to be friends, then it's not cruel at all. It's not like you're stringing on a girl whilst having another one on. It's not like you put her on back burner, is it? It's not like you went on a date and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'll call you. Don't call me. I'll call you. You know, kind of thing. Like, you're just friends. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if you got your eyes on someone else, that's the person you want to maybe try to form a relationship with. There's nothing wrong with having a friend who's also a woman. There's nothing wrong with it. So, you know, it's not like you're cruel because you're just, yeah, you never let her on. You know, if she wants to make a move and she wants to, if she likes you and she might want to be with you, she makes a move. And then you say to her, oh yeah, you know, sure, but then you're also still pining for the other girl, then yeah, that would be cruel. But if you just straight up to her and say, look, I appreciate you and I like being your friend, but I have got my eyes on someone else, and she's okay with that, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that, you know? But she might also just view you as a friend. That's the thing. She might genuinely view you as just a friend as well. So I don't think that there's anything that you've done wrong because you've not done anything, you know? You've not done anything. You've just been a friend. Nothing wrong at all. Especially in work, that's quite a common thing is work friends. And that's another thing with work friends you've got to be careful with, is because obviously work friends, there can be a lot of drama, especially if you get into relationships with them. So you're just viewing it as a, you know, she's a work friend, she's someone you do stuff with, you met her at work, you do stuff with her because, you know, she's, you know, you've made a friendship there, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't worry about it. You're not leading her on or anything, you're just, you know, being a friend. So. So yeah, honestly, I'd say just focus on, you know, just don't worry about it. You know, try to ignore your relatives and do your best there, and then just, yeah, be chill and be calm. And then, you know, the girl that you've got your eyes on, you know, see if you can make a move later on. I wouldn't worry about it. Alright, done the bounty, haven't I? Fuck you.
Wow.
Fuck it, I'm doing this. I need to get these out of the way.
Reported missing by the San Andreas Gallery of Modern Art 4 years ago. We're gonna recover it. Big hit, no kickback. What's the owner gonna do? Call the cops?
Yes. Oh, that's the one I did earlier. I got to do it my own one then, I guess. So I've not done it as a host. Oh, this woman will not stop talking.
Mogul, philanthropist, and now, according to his bleater, art connoisseur. It's a valuable piece. I say we find it and pay it forward. Our target, his penthouse. Tactical break-in. We'll need a chopper we can burn, EMPs to shatter security, and scans of his retinas to bypass facial rec. Nothing I know you can't do.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, that's exactly it, Joe. You know, you're not. You know, I think you're being respectful, bro. Like you're not treating her like she's just an object or just another, you know, notch on the bed. You know, you're treating her like she's a person, which is exactly how friendships are. You treat her as a person. Like Rebecca's always said, the thing that really I think caused her to be attracted to me was the fact that I didn't treat her like an object or another, you know, just a thing to, you know, to smash. I always just treated her like a person. Like I'd always, you know, we would just chill, we'd play games together. You know, there was never any intention or any expectation or anything. It was just we played games. You know, we had a good time, had a laugh. You know, did heists, played with Gaz, played with Cave. And that was that. And so, you know, it could have just gone the other way. You know, we might have never got anywhere. You know, we might not have got anywhere. We might have just stayed as just friends. But she liked that it was just like a friendship thing, and if it stayed as just friends, I'm sure she would have appreciated having, you know, someone that's just a friend. So.
Coordinates coming your way. Excuse me, just finishing up another phone call. I can kick you in the back of the head. Whatever you type when your face hits the keyboard would be more coherent than the message you just sent me. Yeah, fuck you.
Honestly, I think people's lives are richer for when they're friends with people of all, you know, types of people, you know, different races, different religions, different sexes, genders, you know, whatever, you know, orientations. You know, I think your life is a lot richer for it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, through, obviously, in person, I've got a few friends who are, you know, from different places and different, you know, orientations and stuff. But a lot of my friendship group in person is white, straight men. Let's be real. That's just the reality of it, you know. A lot of times, you know, white, straight men are going to be friends with white, straight men. It's just how it naturally goes, I feel. But online, I've found so many people of different, you know, races and religions and orientations, genders. And I love it because it's made my life a lot more richer for it. It's affected how I think in real life as well. Well, no, it's not really real life. That's an old notion, you know, the idea that online and real life are two different things. But it has affected my life in person, you know, and I'm a lot more understanding and stuff now in person, whereas, you know, maybe I wouldn't have been when I was younger. So I'm thankful that I've made friends with different people of all types. It's definitely a good thing to have in your arsenal. If you're just someone who's just friends with like one type of group, you're not gonna have the same experience of life. So I think it's good. You get a much wider perspective of things. And honestly, women as a friend can be fucking awesome because they can be great wing people. Or wingman? Wingwoman, I don't fucking know, but they can be really good and they can help you out a lot. Also, I find that women in general, when they're looking to date, I can't lie, a lot of women feel a lot more comfortable with a guy that's able to be friends with women because it means that they don't give off creep vibes. It's the same reason why a lot of women, as soon as they see that there's a ring on your finger, they trust you a lot more, and they're much more comfortable around you because they think, well, if another woman thinks you're okay, you're probably okay, you know, in some way, because you just, you know, they go, oh, okay, cool. So there's someone that actually is okay with this person, and, you know, so it means they have some level of standard. Whereas a lot of times, obviously, if you're just a single guy, no ring on your finger, you just end up looking a bit creepy sometimes. So I can see, you know, so having a woman in your corner can be super useful. If she views you as just a friend like you view her, that could be super useful in the future. And you can ask for like advice and stuff that you know, that guys always give the shittest advice to other men, bro. They always do. I honestly, the best advice you can get when you're dressing up and stuff like that, you're going out for a date or dressing up, whatever. Women's advice, way fucking better than guys' advice. Men always focus on the stupid fucking details that no one gives a shit about. They focus on the stuff that, you know, ridiculous, no one gives a shit. Women will give you the details that actually matter. You know, they notice all the little shit. They notice all the little fucking shit that you don't notice as a guy. The fuck is... You know, but they'll notice all the little shit that you don't notice about. Honestly, Joe, if you're not feeling it as in a relationship kind of thing and she makes a move, don't feel like you have to, bro. Don't feel like you have to make a move, you know? Like, if you know, if you don't, if it's not something you want, don't feel like you have to. Fuck. Ah. I don't think she's the manager. But yeah, like don't push yourself into it if you're not feeling it, because you'll just end up regretting it later on. You'll waste both your times. You know what I mean? It takes two to tango, and if you know, it's like if she doesn't, you know, I wouldn't want, if I was looking, if I asked someone out, right, and she wasn't into me, I wouldn't want her to kind of string me along and be like, oh, I'm just doing it because, you know, I don't want to make her feel bad or whatever. Or, you know, she doesn't want to make me feel bad. I'd prefer if she was just straight up honest and say, oh, no, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not into you like that. I'd be like, okay, cool, no worries. Like, appreciate the honesty on that. But if someone was, like, just kind of going along with it because of, like, a pity kind of thing almost, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know, I'd be more set. So, honestly, if you're not feeling it and she did ask one day, it might result in the friendship ending, but hopefully she would understand and she would be reasonable enough not to. You know, I know there's a lot of people out there quite shallow and they don't give, you know, they're not very able to think beyond, you know, like simple emotions, but give them some credit, you know, you never know, she might be really understanding, you know, if she did ask you out, she might be really understanding if you said no. You know, she might be like, you know, she might understand and be like, okay, fair. She might have the same view that I just have there. You know, I'd rather someone be honest and go along with it just for the pity kind of thing. But then again, in the moment, you might feel that at the time when if she asked you, your feelings might change. Like, you might, she could ask you out, and in that moment, you might be like, you know, you're like, oh shit, like I actually do like her. You know, the idea that, you know, you sometimes you don't know until, you know what I mean? Like you don't know your true feelings until it happens. But if you genuinely, if she asks you out, and you're genuinely not feeling it, and in the moment your heart's not in it, and your heart's like, I'm not really into this, it's honestly better just to say nah. Do it gently. Don't just laugh at her. Don't just kind of don't take the piss out of her. Don't like try to make her feel bad. Just kind of, you know, do it in a way that is under, you know, that helps you helps, you know, kind of, yeah, just do it in a way that's like nice and polite and puts her down easy kind of thing. Alright, cool. Yes, good lady. I mean, it might not be the same, but again, the thing is, though, in that situation, if she does that to, you know, if she does that, then that's no different than the man doing the same thing the other way around when someone says no and the guy going, oh, well, you know, whatever. Like, if you treat someone different because of how you know, how, if they reject you, then really, you know, that's kind of that's actually good, because it means that you know that person's not worth wasting your time with, you know. If someone really is that fucking, like, butthurt over it, then it's not worth it. It's really not worth it, and at that point, you know, like, the best kind of people are the people that kind of, you know, that are accepting of that and realize that it's just sometimes the other person doesn't feel the same way. It's what it is.
Expect resistance.
But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with and I don't know, if I asked someone out and they said no, I don't hold it against them. It's whatever. So because obviously they're looking for the same thing I am. I'm looking to see for a match, right? They might not view me. I might view them as a match, but they might not view me as a match. So if they said no, how is that a bad thing? How is that a thing? Why should I treat them any differently then? Why would I treat them any differently? Because they, at the end of the day, I'm looking for a match. If they don't think they're a match for me, then they probably aren't. So why would I want to be? Why would I get angry about that if they would just be honest and telling me that?
Listen up, Dick. Is there a problem?
No, that doesn't make you wrong, Joe. I mean, again, when you're looking for someone, right? It's your it's your taste. It's your kind of what you're attracted to, right? You don't have to apologize to anyone else for not being attracted a certain way or to a certain person, I know that's quite a weird concept sometimes. I've seen people these days who get very offended by that notion, but I think they're just weirdos. Most normal people realize that it doesn't matter. And when I say normal, I mean not chronically online, weirdos. Most people realize that it doesn't matter, if you don't like someone, if you don't find something attractive about someone, and thus you don't really want to be with that person, then that's nothing wrong with that. It's your preference, it's your preference. Would you get angry at someone who's gay saying, "Oh, I'm not into women"? No, you should. Well, some people would, but no, if someone's gay and they say, "Oh, I'm not into women," okay, who gives a shit? What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. So the same thing applies to anything else. If the same thing can apply for a body type. It can apply the same thing for personality type. The whole idea of consent is it goes two ways. And so, you won't give, you may not find someone attractive. So if they force that on you, if they try to force, well, you should just give us a go because of, you're shallow, whatever, then they are not respecting your consent. They're not respecting you as a person and not respecting. So if you don't find someone physically attractive, then you don't find them physically attractive. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean she's wrong, anything wrong with her either, If she's got a body type that you don't find physically attractive, or a face that you don't find physically attractive, doesn't mean she's a bad person. Doesn't mean that she, and of course, as long as you don't treat her like shit, as long as you don't say to her, "Oh, you're ugly, I don't want you." As if you say, "Oh, I appreciate," if she did ask you and you weren't feeling, you just say, "Look, I appreciate that. I really like you, but I'm just not really feeling. I'm not really feeling that kind of connection. I feel you more as a friend. I don't really feel that kind of the romantic side of it." If she's a good person, she'll understand that. It might hurt her for a bit, and she might be, might have to give her some space for a little bit. But if she's a good person, she'll understand. But again, she doesn't have to stay your friend. Of course, that's another thing about consent, is that she doesn't have to stay your friend either. But if she's able to deal with those emotions and she respects you, she'll hopefully still be a friend, still be cool, whatever. But she might not, and you have to obviously be prepared that she might say, "Fuck you, I don't care, I don't want you, I don't want to deal with you anymore." But you can't sacrifice your own taste for that. You know what I mean? You can't say, you can kind of crush it down and put up with it, but then will you be happy? Probably not. And in a way, then it almost becomes like an arranged kind of relationship, when you see these people in like certain countries around the world where they get forced into arranged marriages and stuff, and they just kind of have to push it down and just deal with it, and they're not truly happy. They might learn to be okay and like the person, but they're never truly in love. At that point, no, it's not worth it. So you just have to be true to yourself, but you also have to be respectful. So as long as you're respectful about it. If she says, "Oh, do you think we could be together?" and you said, "Nah, you're an ugly bitch," or she's got a bit of fat on her, you say, "Oh, you're a fat cunt." No, that's bad. You can't say that. But if you say, "No, I'm not really feeling that vibe. I'm more, I'm not really into this or that, whatever reason it is, you don't have to necessarily say it's a physical appearance. You could just kind of say, "I just don't really feel the vibe. I don't really feel the connection like that. I really enjoy you as a friend. I really like having you as a friend. I really like hanging out, but I just don't really feel like it." You could do that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're respectful to, you know, and you're not, like, rude about it, you know? But the idea that you have to be attracted to everyone that shows interest in you is such a weird idea, backwards kind of notion that some people seem to be really obsessed with. You know, that can even apply just to even, like, physical, like, traits that aren't just, you know... Like, some people have this idea that you have to be with anyone that shows the interest with you. And I've seen people, like, get slated because they're not interested in someone who's, for example, Asian. You know, their preferences, you know, they may have a preference that is like a redhead white girl, and then they get slated for not liking them because they're Asian, you know, or they're black or something like that. And they don't hate them, they don't dislike them, it's just that they're not attracted to them, you know? Like, some people are just more attracted to, you know, to certain races or whatever. Some people, you know, that's just life, you know? People have their own attractions, they can't force their body to not be attracted to certain things more than others. You know, like, some people get, you know, they see their specific kind of type, and they're just like, yeah, that's it, that's their body responds to that. You know, and some people try and make them feel bad for that. Oh, you can't have that, you know, you can't do that because it's racist, or it's whatever. But it's like, imagine saying that to someone who's gay. Oh yeah, you can't just only like men because it's fucked up that you're not giving a woman a chance. You think that's a fucking stupid thing to say. But I think a lot of times people forget that consent goes, you know, both ways, and that, you know, you have to respect both people's preferences. Sometimes one person doesn't have the same preference as the other, and sometimes that person just doesn't vibe. You know, one person might be madly, like, attracted to the one person, the other person just thinks you're okay. That's life. So as long as you're respectful about it, as long as you're not rude about it, as long as you don't, like, you know, make it feel shit for it, you're in the clear, you know? That's it. It's as simple as that. You haven't got to explain yourself, you haven't got to justify it, nothing. You know, you have what you're attracted to. Everyone has their attractions. You know? Everyone has their attractions. That's life. Like, I'm attracted to certain things. You know, like, I'm attracted to certain features of women that, you know, some women don't have. Like, you know, I like a big ass, right? Some women don't have big asses. Are they bad people? No. Are they dog shit because they've not got big asses? No, they're just not my taste. But that's cool. You know, there'll be someone else's taste. Simple as that. Yeah, no, honestly, it's not worth doing it if you're not attracted, because you'll just end up feeling shit, and they'll end up feeling shit because then they'll never be able to please you. You know what I mean? Like, that's just as bad, bro, because they'll feel like shit because they'll try to dual start, you know, they'll try to dress up for you, whatever, and you just won't be attracted to them the same way that, you know, and they'll feel like shit. You know? People that, like, sometimes they won't get it, you know, like, it's hard. You know, sometimes people don't get it. Like, I love these deep conversations because we can talk about it and discuss it and break it down. But I know that it's quite difficult, especially with people, like... Some people just aren't really meant for deep breaking down conversations. And so it can be difficult to kind of explain to them. If you explain it to them well, some people will get it. Some people would get it. Like, some people would understand. Some people just never get it, you know. Some people just do not. You can break it down and really explain to them why, but they'll never get it because it's just not who they are. So, but some people are great. Sometimes you can meet people that you can really break it down, and they can break it down back to you and really understand and form a really good close connection on that. But yeah. But no, I don't know. I just think, yeah, you should always do what's, you know, right for you. And again, it's, you know, by doing what's right for you, you'll be doing right by her, because then if she did ask you out, like I said, if you just did it for the pity, if you did it just because you didn't make her feel bad, you know, she's not really getting the thing that she deserves either. You know, you're not getting the person you deserve, which is the person that you find, you know, really attractive, and she's not getting the person she deserves, which is someone who finds her attractive. You know what I mean? Like, she deserves someone who finds her attractive. So by just doing like a pity thing, or just doing it because, you know, or, you know, there's no other options or whatever, you are just, in a way, that would make you bad. I would say, you know, that would make you the person the wrong then, because then you'll just string her along and she's not getting, you know, the true thing, you know. So yeah, the right thing to do really is just keep being friends. That's it. That's the right thing to do. Keep being a friend. Keep doing what you're doing. And if she makes a move, then she makes a move. You could speculate, but she might genuinely not see you that way. She might think the same thing. She might not be attracted to you. She might think you got a really good personality, but she doesn't like your physique. So you might both be on the same. You might be both on the same ball on that. You might be both on the same wavelength. So. You know what I mean? So you just have to wait and see. She might not, and if she does, you just do it. You just take it as you can. You know. And if she does end up not talking to you anymore because of it, well, it sucks. But there will be other people in the future that you can, that will be okay. The fuck am I?
There should be a bypass system in the rafters you can short circuit with.
Oh, I'm in the the hangar, yeah. Part of the fun of getting older is dealing with relationships and work relationships especially. Work relationships are some of the absolute most worst ones because a bad work relationship, if it goes wrong, it can go wrong very badly. But it won't be the first time, and it won't be the last time this kind of thing happens, so... The funny thing is, I find that it's usually men are the ones who, overcomplicate stuff, because a lot of times, the woman won't even be thinking of that kind of thing, but the guy will be overthinking in his head, oh, well, is this gonna happen? Is this gonna happen? And the woman just is enjoying. I wonder how they're doing tomorrow. I hope they have a nice Christmas. They'll just be thinking, I hope they have a nice Christmas. I really like hanging out with them. I like having lunch with them. I hope they're doing okay. That's it. That's the extent of it. And then the guy will be sitting there I wonder if she wants to bang. I find that happen so many times. Where the fuck is this Donnie? Honestly, yeah, she genuinely might not, and you won't know until she asks, pretty much. Because if you're not going to make a move, she'll have to make the move. And I know one thing is that women and making moves is fucking not really a thing. It happens, but fuck me, man. Almost always it has to be the guy makes the move. So honestly, if you just don't make a move, you probably won't ever have to worry about it, because I don't think she'll make a move. And if you don't show any interest in that way, over time, she'll probably just not find an interest in you. Even if she had an interest at first, if you just keep showing non-interest in that and just being as just being a friend, over time, naturally, I think she'll just lose interest if she is interested in the first place. So you'll probably be fine in that sense. You wouldn't have to worry about it. Just don't do anything that could be taken as flirting, pretty much. That's the key thing if you want to establish that boundary. Just don't I'm a natural flirt. When I used to chat to women a lot back in the day, I was a natural flirt until I met Rebecca. I love a good flirt, I'm not gonna lie. One of the best things you can do. It's super fun. But I'll be honest, it's also the best way to make them think that you're interested when you're not. So the best thing to do is if you're a bit flirty, just you know, don't be flirty. Try pretty much just keep it calm. And you'll be fine.
To secure the chopper until the big day. When you got it, fly it to the rooftop, drop off.
It's a bit mad landing a helicopter on a roof. A lot of these roofs aren't designed for landing helicopters. No, I can't lie though, you know, I am quite happy that that I met Rebecca in a sense, because life is a lot easier now, I can't lie. Having a relationship with a woman makes it a lot easier, because then most women will not try, you know, they won't show any interest like that. Like they'll be really friendly, but they won't, you know, they're not like interested in anything. You know what I mean? Like they know the boundary. But it's a calmer life. Honestly, I don't think I would have hit the gold mine. Had I treated her any differently because she's a woman, I would never have got there. I guess my nonchalant, couldn't give a fuck attitude seemed to do me a solid. My enthusiastic attitude. Although to be fair, I was a lot more. I think I was a lot more funny back then. I used to be a lot more like, I don't know. As I've got older, I've become more, I guess, recluse. When I was younger, I would crack a lot more jokes. I used to fucking karaoke during the fucking heist. I'd be like singing during the heist. I'll never do that now. I would never do that now. But when I was younger, bro, we doing Pacific Standard. That song with "Tell It to My Heart" would come on the fucking radio. That was it, bro. That was it. It was over. But not anymore. Had I been more, I don't know, if I had been trying to make a move, yeah, I think she basically said to me that, like, had I made a move or anything like that, she would have just been like, no.
Trotman's proud of his security system, so much so that he set the
It's funny because one of my friends, when he first met Rebecca, the first thing he started doing was try to chat her up. He started like trying to flirt with her and like chat her up in the most like obnoxious way possible. And it was so cringe watching it. I was cringing so fucking hard. I couldn't believe it. Gojo, thank you for the follow, and hello, what's up? You're already reclusive right now, wonder how it'll be once you're my age. Hopefully the opposite. Hopefully you'll become less recluse as you get older. Whereas I've gone way more. I used to be I mean, in some ways I'm more social than I used to be. But in other ways I'm less. I used to always be on the mic, public session, chatting away to everyone. Now I'm like, nah, I keep my mic off. You know, I won't even talk to people like who I'm playing with that much. Partly because I'm just lazy and I can't be bothered to have the mic on. Plus my mic is fucked, so whenever I use my PlayStation mic, it sounds awful for the other person. But Gaz doesn't care because Gaz's mic is dreadful to me, so it kind of balances out. But oh no! Why do people chat each other up? They don't know what they look like. I mean, I don't know. It depends how much you give a shit though. Like, I mean, I'm not really a big, like, I don't really give a shit about physical appearance as much as some. Like, I have my preferences, like everyone, but I'm not as big of a Like, I don't really give too many shits about it. For me, it always is personality trumps all. Like, you could be the most attractive person in the world, but if you got a shit personality, no, I'm good. But I think a lot of it is desperation. Oh yeah, so I gotta shoot the lock, don't I? But no, I just remember my friend doing it, and then my friend's friend joined, and he was starting to try to chatter up with his GCSE results. Have I told you that before? Have I told you guys before that he was trying to chat up Rebecca with his GCSE results? This guy was fucking terrible at flowing. The first thing he would always ask people was like, "Oh, so what did you do at GCSE?" And he would start telling them about how he got like a fucking D or something in fucking, you know, physics or some shit. I'm like, bro, who the fuck gives a shit? Like, why do people don't want to hear about what you did in fucking school? Like, I'm sorry. Like, they might give a shit about if you're in university and what you're studying in university, but ain't no one gonna give a shit about what GCSEs you did like 3 or 4 years prior. Because I met her when I would have been 21-ish. So we had done GCSEs like 4 years before. So bro was trying to like chat her up by us, and mind you, obviously she's in Scotland, so they don't do GCSEs up in Scotland. They do a different set of qualifications. So bro was like talking to her and trying to talk her up about like chat her up with her fucking GCSEs, and it's crazy. Because for people that aren't in the UK, GCSEs are the general secondary education, general certificate of secondary education, yeah. GCSE. And so you do them at 16. It's the kind of our main exam at 16. It used to be a much bigger thing. Nowadays, it's not as important because most people do A-levels, which is the 18 plus exams. But back in the day, most people would leave school at 16. So GCSEs were kind of like, well, what came before GCSEs, GCEs, were more important, you know, because that would be the base level of education that everyone would have when they left school. But then obviously nowadays we make people go to school until they're 18 or in some form of education or training until 18. So they have A levels or T levels or some B Tech thing. I don't know if they've replaced those with T levels yet, but they'll have some other like higher level thing that goes instead of the GCSE. But bro, I don't know if he did A level. I can't remember if he did A level or not. So if he did, I don't know why he was chatting her up with GCSE. I mean, I don't know why you're chatting anyone up with any education you've done. Like, you could, as I say, you could have a chat about what you're doing at uni or something, but who the fuck goes in and starts talking about, oh, so what GCSE did you do? 4 years beforehand. 4 years. Like, who the fuck gives a shit about GCSEs 4 years later, bro? I don't know. His game was weak, so... He's a weird guy. I'm not gonna lie, bro is a weird-ass guy. That meme of the dude in the corner of the house party, bro, is that guy. They don't know about my GCSEs. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, to be fair. It's very, it's just very sad. Like, it comes across very weird. You know what's funny, though? He actually found a girlfriend not long after. And I think they've been together now for, since then. So I think it's probably been about 8 years. Maybe a little bit more. No, more than that. No, because it'd be... Yeah, no. 2016, I think it was when he got a girlfriend. So yeah, about... Well, yeah, coming up to 7 years. Yeah, 7, 8 years now. And he's been with her, I think, since, and they've moved in together in a house. I don't know if they're like, you know, if they're like fiancés now, or if they're married. I don't know, but I believe that that's what happened. He moved into a house with her, and they've been good. So I don't know how the fuck he chatted this girl up, but fair. But she seems to like it, so.
Choppers in position, charges are checked, and facial recs primed.
Who am I to judge, you know? Who am I to judge? Like, if it weren't for him, it weren't for him. But it just makes me laugh, the idea that he was trying to chat her up with fucking GCSEs, but... But yeah, my other friend, the friend that like first met her, bro, as soon as he was in the party with her, his whole demeanor changed. Like, bro was a different person. He went from being quite calm and all that to really try like do like a really obnoxious chat to her, like you know, put on like a facade. And she was instantly turned off. Like, the second that happened, she was turned off. And I remember after he went off, and she was like, oh, he's an interesting character. He's an interesting guy, isn't he? I was like, yeah, that's him. Well, he's funny, but... Mind you, that's the same guy, by the way. Remember how I told you about this guy that stopped talking to me for multiple years? Because of his girlfriend. Yeah, that's the same guy, by the way. Yeah, I just thought I'd let you know. That's the same fucking guy. Yeah, no, he has proper lore. Like, bro he's got a long story. Fucking first person. There we go. Oh, how's the server lore coming along? It's coming along fine. It's just I've taken a break on it because I've been cleaning up the server in other ways. I've been like, you know, I've been changing a lot of the bots around and cleaning them up and stuff like that. And then obviously Christmas stuff has been taking the piss. So I've really slowed down with it. But it'll be sometime next year. I'm hoping it'll be maybe Easter time. Oh, nice. I'm hoping like Easter time or something it'll be done. I've also got like an FAQ coming to help explain like all the different bots, and I can forward them to the actual like channels and then like, you know, pin them so people can get an idea like what bots we have, because we have that football bot now and that's really complicated. So I'd like to explain that, like write a little guide for that. I'm also working on that fucking Minecraft server that AF keeps wanting me to make. So I've got a lot of things in the works on top of Christmas and top of everything else. So yeah, we'll get around to it. Like I always say, it'll happen eventually. But, no, this guy is crazy, bro. I do miss him in some ways. Like, I do miss talking to him, but I just don't really... I don't really feel much of a connection anymore when we talk, so... Whenever we talk, it's just stuff that we used to do when we were kids. So, I don't really talk to him much anymore. Plus, I just don't have the time to really talk to people in general, like... I haven't got time to sit around on, like, fucking Messenger and just chat away anymore. Except Rebecca. I make an exception, though. It's gonna be interesting reading through a bunch of shit I have no idea about. It will be. It certainly will be. I'm sure you all will, because there's a lot of people here that won't know about lore from like 2019, 2020 time. I think everyone here now is from post 2020, 2020 or beyond. Like everyone in this chat right now is 2020 or beyond. So like anything that's pre-2020, no one here would have a clue about it, unless if I've mentioned it in the past. You want to know more about Marshall? Oh, there's a whole page on Marshall coming. Like, Marshall was only around for a little bit when you think about it. Like, Marshall was only around for like maybe a year. So it's actually a lot less lore than someone say like, I don't know. Let's say, I don't know, let's say, Leg, for example. Leg's got a lot of lore. I've written up his page. I've written up a page for AF. No, sorry. I've written up a page for Moody. and I've written up a page for Leg, and I've started working on Marshall.
The peace is priority, but grabbing anything of value is also recommended. I have learned this about RT heists.
Did you know the Bureau's DD had a pleasure yacht full of priceless erotic art?
Oh, priceless, ah. Jody, tell me more.
You need to move fast.
Oh shit, wrong one.
A pressure control system installed. It triggered some kind of anti-intruder measure. The elevator is on backup power, should still be running.
It will be lore up to, yeah, like up to now. Mind you, the lore it's not like, some of it's been embellished. Like I've for some of them I will be putting like fact checks in, but obviously the lore is embellished in some ways because the lore genuinely has changed. Like here's an example. Here's a great example which I explained in the Murad thing. So how many here, you know Moody's brother Murad? How many here would say that Murad is the older brother? Because, you know, the lore is with Murad that he slaps everyone, right? He slaps AF, he slaps, you know, everyone. He slaps his dad, everyone in the house gets slapped by Murad, right? Moody. So most people would assume that Moody is the older brother, right? The reality is, now AF still says it. AF says he's the older brother, but AF's original message, which I've gone back and researched, his original message states that Murad is actually his younger brother. Murad was the younger brother who was a bit fucking nutty, and his older brother was Ahmed. Now, I've talked to AF since, and he says he doesn't have a brother called Ahmed, and that Moody is the older brother. But his original comments obviously say otherwise. Now, what am I inclined to believe? Am I inclined to believe current AF who lies, or old AF who lied even more? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure who to believe. So I will include some, like, you know, potential fact checking using, you know, what's been in the actual server. I found like old messages and stuff, and I'll be including hopefully some pictures of those. Although Discord's a bitch to, the Gilded was way better for doing stuff like this because you could actually, you know, put in pictures and stuff. So I'll be including like a fact check on certain things, but it will be embellished a little bit, of course. But no, yeah, AF's original statement was that Moody was the younger brother. Ahmed was his older brother. Moody would go around like breaking stuff, and you know what's funny? AF was the one who would smack Moody, because that's what AF said. He used to smack Moody. And the first person to say that Moody was explicitly that Moody was older was Quartz. Quartz said something about Moody the older brother. But before that, we would refer to Moody as the younger brother, and we would refer to AF smacking Moody. But after that point, it was around about 6 months later, we started to consistently, after Quartz said Moody being the older brother, we consistently, the story consistently changed to Moody being the one that slapped AF. So it's interesting. That's what I love about the lore. The lore changes, and so there's some truth there. You know, that's a true piece of lore right there, like a Chinese whispers almost, where, you know, where like a story that from one perspective, you know, what we used to know, you know, the story of AF being, because I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot AF was the older brother to Moody originally in the story. But over time, it's just evolved into Moody being the older brother and the one that slapped AF. And then obviously that was embellished into AF, Moody being the one who saved, or Moody was the one who sent Max the burglar to kill AF when he was shot. So there will be some embellishment, of course. You know, some of the stories, you know, some of the silly stories we came out with, you know, like Moody being the one that sent, you know, Max the burglar to kill AF because he couldn't do it himself and stuff like that. Of course, we'll have to like, I'll explain that, but I'll also explain the some of the facts behind it, you know. Fuck, I only got 2 done, but that's fine. I did the 3 of them earlier. I did it with Gaz. Would the inarticulate incident be in there? Maybe, but to be honest with you, I've kind of forgotten a lot of it now, so I'd have to go back, and I can't be bothered. So probably not. And maybe one day, maybe in like 2 or 3 years, maybe. because I typically write this stuff like long after. I like to write it years later, so it kind of evolves in a way. It's more fun that way when you kind of have a lore that evolves over time. If you write it recently, I feel like it's more in your mind, and then you kind of, you know, I mean, although I've forgotten a lot of it already, but if I went back and did it now, I kind of want to let it kind of sit, and then maybe one day it can be like a really funny piece of content, you know, something that's like really, really, you know, ridiculous. You know, I don't know, like how the story of Moody and Max, and how Max shot AF. I love that that's evolved. I love that AF, you know, the Moody story has evolved into being Moody being the one that, like, his arch nemesis is AF, and he wants to kill AF because he doesn't like him as a brother. I love that all this shit has evolved naturally over time from just people talking about it and just kind of remembering it wrong. I love that we all remember Moody as being the older brother, but it's such a weird thing. I mean, I don't know, maybe it is true. Maybe he is actually the older brother, because AF since then has said he's the older brother. But that one time, that first time when AF said, Moody's my younger brother, and the fact that we all, you know, it's great. I love that. So yeah, I kind of like the idea of just leaving it sit. Same thing happened with Marshall. Same thing happened, you know, stories, the embellishment of Marshall has become a thing, you know, whereas, you know, if I wrote the lore of Marshall like day one, it wouldn't be the same. So part of the fun is the embellishment of it, you know, building up this like kind of fantasy almost, or like how, you know, the Greeks were like that, you know. Obviously nowadays we look back and, you know, and they, you know, we look at all that stuff as really kind of, you know, really, it's all embellished. You know, they would write stories about stuff that happened hundreds of years before them, you know, about even more ancient Greeks who were even older than them, and they would write stories about them from what they heard, and they would embellish it, and then it would kind of go along, you know, down the you know, the generations. And the same thing happened in all, you know, I guess in all cultures. You know, Native Americans had lots of cool culture that would, you know, spoken down, you know, through history. I love that. So yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, I don't know, like, it could end up being something, you know, it could end up being something really funny. I don't know how, but it could end up being like that. Like, you know, no one would have thought that the story of Moody, I mean, how many people at first would have thought the story about AF brother being, you know, smashing his PlayStation and all that, like punching his PlayStation? Who would have thought one day that would be such a big part of the lore? But like, everyone nowadays knows about like Moody, at least the basics. Like, everyone's heard about Moody. Everyone knows Moody slaps AF, right? But I love that started all because AF wrote, my younger brother Moody gets angry. Or my younger brother gets angry, that's why I call him Moody. And then I got another brother called Ahmed. Like, how many people would have thought that little piece of content, that little tiny thing that he just said in passing one day, because I think I was talking about like siblings or something on the stream, who would have thought that would turn into what it is today? This tiny little thing about AF's brother. You know, we just found it funny. Like, I think I probably started laughing because AF was hilarious back then, because his English was really, you know, because he was younger and his English wasn't as good. So his English was really broken. It was hilarious when he would say stuff, because you know, he wouldn't know what you were speaking about. So he would say stuff that sometimes wouldn't fit in with the conversation. And it was just funny because it was so out of you know, place. That random little comment about his little brother being Moody all the time, evolved into this big fucking hero, this true hero of the server that everyone fucking loves. Everyone loves Moody. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't like Moody. Everyone loves Moody. Everyone cheers on Moody whenever something goes on in AF's life, and he's like, oh, this happened, you know, his PlayStation breaks. What's the first thing that we say? It's Moody. You know, his PS4 broke. First thing that we said, oh, did Moody break it? And then now the lore is that Moody broke the PS4. Moody smashed the PS4, or slapped it. He used to slap it, and then he slapped it too hard and broke it. That's the lore. That's not the real reason that it broke. I imagine it probably just, you know, broke because it was maybe overheating or old or something. Maybe it's just a fault. But the lore is Moody broke it. And so it builds up over time and yeah, evolves. So, yeah, you never know. Maybe that'll be there, maybe it won't. We'll have to see in a few years. We'll wait and see on a lot of stuff. There's probably lore today as well being written that will be written one day, you know, that we're experiencing right now. Some story AF comes up with, or, you know, the stuff about JB. Like, let's be honest, all that stuff about JB, the Santa Claus and the candy cane, that's going to be embellished the fuck out of one day. Like, 4 or 5 years from now, there's going to be a whole page about how JB fucking invited Santa Claus down his mother's chimney and all this shit. Look at Muzo and Auzo. Look at that. That just started off as a simple joke where JB was saying that that he liked his aunt and that he thought she was hot. Like just a simple, little comment like that. And then we kind of were like, what the fuck? Why are you saying your aunt's hot? And then that evolved into like, Auzo, because he had his cousin Kuzo, or Cuzzo as he's supposed to say. So it's supposed to be Cuzzo, but it's only got one Z, so we call it Kuzo. So it started off as Kuzo, and then obviously we then thought, well, Auzo, Aunt Uzo, Auzo, and then it evolved into Muzo. So this is what happens over time. This is the fun part of it. But things just come out of nowhere and evolve. But yeah, I don't think you'll get a whole page. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I don't think you'll get a whole page. But I think you'll get maybe you'll get like a small mention. I mean, a lot of people get different mentions in the lore, but they aren't gonna I'm not gonna give a whole page to Yassine and Dean, for example. Although I could give a whole page to both of them, but they're gonna get like mentions, of course, but they're not gonna get like full pages. I think the full pages are for people like like JB and AF, who have been some of the most funniest people I've ever met. Not intentionally though. Like, I don't think either of them intentionally, meant to be like that, meant to be that funny. AF was just funny because he didn't know how to speak English as a kid, and then JB is just funny because JB comes out with some mad shit. I can't lie. JB's like the one guy that comes out with like the maddest shit every time we speak to him. It's something. Like he's the kind of person that you'll just be talking to about something, and then he just comes up with some random stuff that his mum did or his dad did, and you're like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And of course it gets taken into the lore and brought into server history. You're gonna regress back to being a snobby douchebag. Yeah, you gotta get at least one paragraph, right? Nah, that's true. You gotta get one paragraph. It's difficult because I feel like, for example, like Dean and Yassine, for example, they've been, I don't know, I said example twice, but they, their stuff has stayed quite consistent, fairly consistent since I first met them. Whereas like JB's gone back and forth. I think that's what makes it more of a thing. Like AF has gone back and forth so much in his past, like stuff that he would say one thing and then the next time he says another thing. And so that creates like confusion, kind of makes it difficult to establish the correct stuff, and so the lore kind of gets built from it. Whereas, yeah, like if for example, like Dean, Dean's always been very straightforward with all the stuff he's done, and so we know his history. There's not really any embellishment there because we know his history. We know it pretty well. I guess I could make like a crew kind of backstory page, I guess, for different people. That could work, if we in a more of a factual story rather than the embellished lore that has come from the other ones. But I don't know, maybe I'm not going to add any more to my plate though for now. So let me finish the JB, AF, Murad, the Moody, the Murad, and Marshall and Leg. Leg is a good one. Leg is a fucking great one to read. Leg is honestly amazing. You can see a jab at you for thinking TLJ is the second best Star Wars film. Nah, you know what though? I don't even have any like issue with that. Like, I haven't got an issue with that at all because I don't like any of the sequels, but I can see, at least I can appreciate they at least tried something with the second one. I mean, I don't like any of them, but I can see they at least tried something with the second one, so I wouldn't hold that against you. And I know a lot of people don't like the prequels, and again, I love the prequels, but a lot of people don't, so it is what it is. So I wouldn't even hold that. I don't even think that would hold that against you, to be honest with you. The inarticulate thing, I think we'll get a mention somewhere, because that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty funny comment to me. I think that would be a great one to have. That could be a great one. That could be like a 2024 kind of I don't know, some sort of like Civil War type thing. That could be fun, to be fair. But yeah, the whole thing about the prequels and sequels, honestly, I can I've not got that strong of a feeling on that to come up with anything for that. Because again, I understand completely where you're coming from. Even if I don't particularly like the sequels, I do understand where you're coming from as to why you might like the second one more than the other two, especially the third one, which was fucking abomination, absolute abomination of a film. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that one. They did the worst of both worlds. They didn't stick to one thing. They went for both. They did the worst of all worlds. So that one I could. The second one was definitely better than the third one in that regard. But no, it was funny. It was funny, to be fair. Like, it was a good comment. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think I like a comment like that, because it's something that you can kind of have a laugh at. It's not just an outright insult or anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's just funny. Like, it was just the way it was dropped, and it was just funny to me. Like, it was just, again, if someone's like pissed me off properly, I won't ever like talk to them again. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the thing. And if you've pissed me off, because I will not ever talk to you again. I won't even mention you. If you've really pissed me off, I just will completely blank you. So that's how you know. If I'm laughing about it, I'm having a good time with it, it's not something I'm taking, too seriously. It's just more of a thing. It was just so funny. It was out of like is it left side? Left side, that's it. Just out of like, it was just great. So yeah, maybe I'll have to include something on that. I think it will make sense. But when I get to the 2024 page, I'll do it in like 2-3 years. I do like to keep. I have all the messages. I always keep the messages obviously stored, so I can always go back and find good comments and stuff like that. Some of my favorite stuff is AF, for example. His insults on me have been great. Again, that's another reason I like AF. That's why I never completely banned AF or anything like that, because I don't view AF as like someone who's like, he's not trying to actually. Although when he was younger, I think he probably was trying to insult me, but like, I don't know, I don't find it like bad. I just find it funny. So yeah. Nah, it's fair. I mean, hey, we all say stuff in the moment, don't we? That's one thing I will admit. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it as well. I'm very guilty of it. I'm not gonna play like, oh, I'm a fucking saint. Oh, I do the same shit, so I understand. Nah, it's to be fair, it was a funny comment. It wasn't something that was like, outright inexcusable. It wasn't like something, obviously my main red lines always have been, always will be slurs, of course. I will never, that's the one thing I will not forgive, if someone says a slur. Unless, the only time I forgive it is in situations where it's someone like JB and he's not fully understanding the how bad it is. I'll try to explain it. But if someone's like using it in a hateful way to be like proper hateful and to really attack someone, that's that's my main red line. I will not come back. They will not come back from that. If you slur in a way that to just hurt someone, fuck no, that's it. That's gone. But anything else, as long as it's not like, outright insane, I'll be fine with it. One of my favorite film criticism articles about the original trilogy sucks. The prequels are the best SW films. No, I mean, I wouldn't go. You know what? I could see the argument, because I know that a lot of people, because I know that George had a lot of help with the first ones, didn't he? He had his, like, was it his wife that was like, at the time, was it her who would do like a lot of the she would like clean it up in a way. She would kind of like focus him and clean up some of the script and all that shit. So I can understand like that. That's an interesting argument that, when left to his own devices, that's what he comes up with, is the prequels. Which, although I love the prequels, I know that not everyone does. I love them because they're goofy in a way, but I love that. They're cheesy, but that's what I like about them. They're cheesy as fuck. Especially the second one. That one is cheesy as fuck. Sometimes, that's probably my least favorite one, though. I can't lie. Attack of the Clones, definitely my least favorite of the prequels, but yeah, they are a bit cheesy at times, which is probably why I like them. But it's an interesting argument. Like, don't get me wrong, though. I do agree with like a lot of people on like the originals. being, especially like I can see why people like Empire Strike Back. They're quite well done. I feel like the pacing and everything's really good in them. And to be fair, like the fact that he was able to do what he did with all the effects in the 70s is insane. Like a lot of the like I didn't truly realize just how many effects came up because of Star Wars. Like I already knew that a lot of there was stuff that I'd already heard about that. Okay, Star Wars was kind of the bringer of that, but there was so many things that I didn't realize were like not at all in films or like completely uncommon in films before Star Wars, and that that's that was what brought it into it. So I can see entirely why people fucking love the originals, because going if you were alive in the 70s and you went to see the originals, I can see why they blew people's minds. I can truly see why it blew people's minds with some of the stuff they did on those. So I can completely understand that. Yeah, you can send the article. I'll give it a read. I'm always up for reading about the prequels. I don't know. Even if I disagree with some of the things that people say about them, I still enjoy the prequel stuff. It's the same thing with the sequels. I don't like the sequels, but I'm fine with like reading about them. I just wish the sequels were done more coherently. One thing I did like about the prequels is that they were all George's, like, he had his vision and he did it. He had his vision and he did it. But the sequels were such a clusterfuck because no one person, they needed to get a Kevin Feige in. They needed that one guy who organized it and set it up and got it done. And instead they were like, oh yeah, we're going to buy this, like $4 billion they bought it for? And they're like, yeah, let's just go ahead. Fuck it. Let's just go ahead. Let's just make a whole brand new trilogy of films without even trying to plan it for a split second. Not if it was me and I bought the Star Wars stuff, I would have sat down, I would have got in all the great writers for the best. Obviously, there's a lot of slop in the extended universe, but I would have got in all the people like the Thrawn trilogy guy who's also now doing stuff in the new universe. I would have got him in. I would have got a bunch of other people in who did some of the best content, and I would have had them all sit down, work on a really good script that is what the fans want, and I would have had a clear setup, clear idea what the 3 films are going to be, what they're going to do, and then get it all done before starting to make them. But no, Disney was like, fuck it, let's buy this, we've got it, all right, first film out. As it was like 2 years later they got the first film out. Ridiculous. And then they changed director for the second film who had a completely different idea. So then obviously you get that, and then you get the guy who did the first one come back and try to change it all back, but then didn't do a good job of that, and it just ends up being a clusterfuck. So they should have just done one director. The thing is, what's really sad is that The Last Jedi, I think that that would have been really good as like a standalone film. I feel like they could have done that as a standalone film, but separately from, like, they could have had a coherent story in the sequels, and then they could have done like that as a separate film, and that could have been really cool. But no, they just fucking they just went ball to the walls, and I don't know, ridiculous. Yeah, that's true. The originals did have different directors, but yeah, I mean, George was like the Kevin, he was the Kevin Feige, he had his idea, he had his vision, and he did have a lot of people helping him, but he did have his vision, and he did, it all came about. The worst thing that they could have done was just have no one person have that vision, and I know that a lot of people like Kathleen Kennedy, but whatever her name is, but I feel like, I know people say that she's really good and all this shit, but I can't lie, a lot of the Star Wars stuff under her has been terrible, or at least not very good. And I'm like, at what point do we say maybe she's not the person for the job, But whatever, I'm sure Disney will figure it out. They're pumping so much money into it, they're gonna have to figure it out. I know they're pumping a lot of money into that. What's that series called again? Andor. They're doing I think it's the biggest budget yet. They're doing for Andor season 2. So Andor's not for me, but hey, if people like Andor, and I know that they do, I hope they enjoy it. I hope they have a good time with it. That's the one thing. That's what kind of what I've come to the conclusion for, is that you don't have to like everything in the universe. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to love everything. and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, you can like Star Wars but not give a shit about certain things. I know there's a lot of people that don't give a shit about Acolyte. You know, there's a lot of people that don't give a shit about Mandalorian. So, but you know, I like the Mandalorian. I liked Acolyte because I liked it was a different era. But I don't like Andor. But, you know, so you don't have to like everything in the series, and that's fine. I don't like the sequels, but I just pretend they don't exist. As simple as that. I just pretend they don't exist. Like, in my headcanon, after the end of episode 6, Luke, you know, they go through the Mandalorian stuff, you know, where Luke builds up his academy, and Ahsoka's there and helping out here and there, and Grogu, and then he goes back, you know, all that shit. And then I like to envision in my head that Kylo Ren never existed, and Luke successfully trained a bunch of Jedi, found a bunch of holocrons, and rebuilt the Jedi, you know, order. And he used his, because he was a little bit different. He was, you know, what I liked about Luke was that he kind of treaded that. He treaded a line in a way that, you know, like he didn't follow all the traditional aspects of the Jedi, but he was still like, you know, he was a proper, you know, he was truly good. And the fact that he saw, you know, he was unlike the other Jedi who were like, oh, Darth Vader's lost, there's no way Anakin's coming back. But he saw the good in Anakin. He saw the good in Darth Vader and brought him back. I love that about Luke. And I like to imagine that Luke would have been someone who would have maybe taken, you know, he would have looked at the lessons from Yoda and other former Jedi, but also formed his own conclusion that was different from Yoda. And he maybe realized where Yoda went wrong in the, you know, and why the Jedi Order collapsed in the first place. And I like to, that's my headcanon, that's my view, is I like to imagine he, you know, he did it his own, somewhat like what's happened in the, in some of the expanded universe books. And I like to imagine that, you know, he rebuilt the Order in a successful way and fixed a lot of the issues that were present under Yoda. Obviously, you know, they went with a very different direction, and I'll never forget that moment where Luke gets the lightsaber from Rey and chucks it over the fucking cliff or whatever he did. I'll never forget that. When that happened, everyone was so excited to see Luke, and that's what he did. Yeah, that really that broke my heart. I'm not gonna lie, that broke my heart. I really was excited, you know, especially because Mark Hamill got so fit for the role. He lost a lot of weight. Mark Hamill was quite he was quite overweight at one point, and he looked really unhealthy, and he lost a lot of weight to do the role. And I was really excited to have like a Luke, maybe not in his prime because he's a bit older, but to be fair, old Jedi can be really good. Look at, I mean, Yoda's definitely a little bit past his prime, but he's still very good. So I was excited to see like Luke, what they did in The Mandalorian, where Luke comes in through that hallway and he's just absolutely beasting it down that way, just no issues. I was really excited to see Luke like that, and they never ended up doing it. Although I did like what they did with the whole hologram thing he did, you know, where he was like across the universe or across the galaxy, and he was able to appear in front of Kylo. That was fucking badass, I'm not gonna lie. But I was really hoping to see more Luke, and so when they didn't do anything with him, really, it just really, that's what made me hate, I think, the sequels more than anything, was that I was really excited for Luke to get to finally do something. And I remember that I think George said to Mark Hamill years before they did the prequels, like, one day, you know, I want you back. Like, one day we'll be doing more films, and I want you back. And I imagine being Mark and thinking that's never going to happen. And then, you know, maybe privately talking to George here and then, George is like, yeah, one day maybe. And then eventually gets sold to Disney, and suddenly there's all these like rumors about bringing back the old cast and all this. And he finally gets that phone call, and he's like, yes, I'm going to be Luke again. And imagine that's what happens. That's the story he gets. The first film, he's not even in it, other than I think for like 5 seconds. The second film, he basically just rejects everything that he once stood for without really showing the dissent, other than that moment of weakness where he almost killed Kylo, which I wish he did. And then obviously the third film where I can't remember what happens in the third film. I think he's like, is he a ghost in the third film? And I can't remember if he talks to anyone as a ghost. I can't remember. I try to erase that one, but yeah, they never really did anything really. Like Han Solo dies in the first film. Again, I know that Harrison Ford wanted it, but I just feel that was kind of like, okay, well, that's one gone. And then Luke dies in the second one, and then Leia dies in the third one. I was like, well, I mean, not that they could really do much with Leia because, you know, her actress did die, but I mean, you know. Oh yeah, Yoda did. You know what's funny is that I did like that Yoda burnt the tree. I did like that, or at least I think he caused the lightning to burn the tree. I did like that. But at the same time, I'm just like, bro, like Luke should have come to that conclusion himself. He was the one who taught Yoda and Obi-Wan a new lesson. That's what I love about Luke in Episode 6 was when he you know, Yoda was like, don't face Darth Vader, don't face the Emperor, you won't win, you can't win. You know, it's silly. I mean, you know, but then Luke was like, no, there's good in him, you know, and in the end, Yoda just kind of accepts it. You know, Luke's going to do what Luke's going to do. And I love that he did. He faced Darth Vader. He went in, faced him. Like, that's fucking ballsy. I can't lie. Like that's ballsy as fuck. He goes in and he's like, I believe in you. I believe. You know, this is the guy that's tormented the fucking galaxy for like 20 years, and Luke's only met him for a little bit, and part of that is traumatic because he had his arm cut off by his own dad. So for him to go in, like, you know, not that much time later, he goes in and he's like, I believe in you, Dad. I believe in you, Father. Like, I know you got good in you. Like, that's ballsy as fuck. And I love that about Luke. I love that how he just has that. And I love that. They also did that in the game, the Battlefront 2 game of the campaign where Luke finds one of the guys from the campaign who's an Empire, like a stormtrooper or whatever, the special ops stormtrooper, whatever it was. And you know, he's like, why did you kill me, or why did you stop me? And he's like, well, you didn't do anything, you know, like, why would I kill you, you know? Didn't do anything. Like, he's not just black or white. A lot of the Jedi were black or white, you know. They only saw the world in black or white. There was no gray on it, you know. This is what we have to do as Jedi. This is our role. You can't break any of the shit. The only person who really did that was Qui-Gon in the main stories. Anyway, it was Qui-Gon, where he rejected a lot of the council's, you know, ideas and did his own thing. I love that, and I love that Luke kind of followed in that sense, and, you know, had the green lightsaber as well. And, you know, obviously Qui-Gon wasn't a thing when George came up with Luke, but still, I like that. I love that I love Jedi that aren't just black or white. I love Jedi that are in the middle and, you know, a little bit grey, and they kind of see the world in more than just, you know, the way that Sith and the Jedi do. But then, yeah, they kind of just took that away from Luke and made Luke into just a staunch, like, Jedi, like, oh no, you can't have any evil inside you, otherwise you must go. You know, the fact that he had that moment of weakness in the first place really put me off. But I mean, yeah, maybe if they had done the story, maybe if the story was fleshed out and it actually had worked, it was more coherent, I think it could have been good. But it was just, yeah, they just weren't coherent with it, and it just ended up change. You know, the story went back and forth, and they changed between the directors and all that, and it just kind of, yeah, it never ended up being. It never really fleshed out, and that's my issue with it. So that's my thing on it anyway. That's, you know, that's my view on it anyway. It's just that I think the story could have been good if it was fleshed out better. But and as it currently stands, I don't like any of them. I you know, and as I said, some people like one or two of them. I don't think I know anyone who actually likes the third one. I know people that like the first one. I actually know a few people. I've heard a few people say they like the second one now. Actually, funny enough. But I don't know anyone who says they like the third one. So, yeah, it's just a clusterfuck. They should have done it better. They should have sat down. They should have come up with something better. They should have had a coherent story, and it would have been, even if it wasn't perfect, it would have been a lot better. And now we have to rely on, because, you know what's funny? There's been some comics talking about the downfall of Luke and Kylo, and it makes so much more sense. Like, when I read about the story about how they would, you know, Kylo would go with Luke on these missions to collect holocrons, and, you know, there would have been moments of where Kylo gave into his anger or his, like, frustration, and Luke was trying to, like, you know, deal with that. It makes it so much better, you know, hearing about that and reading about it and seeing that than that moment where you see Luke just pull out his lightsaber, because it makes more sense if you'd been a build-up where Luke had been sitting on Luke's mind for a while, and he'd been seeing these moments of weakness and these moments of, you know, of kind of evil, and Luke was, you know, because that makes sense to me that maybe in a moment of frustration, Luke just pulled out the lightsaber and was like, oh shit. But, like, when they just did it in the film, it was so sudden in a way. Like they just said, "Oh, well, you know, I pulled out my lightsaber on him," and I know they did the little kind of flashback, but it just, I don't know. I feel that if they had fleshed it out, I guess like that's the big issue of all Star Wars stuff, though, isn't it? You know, it's almost always better when you have the extra information, like how Attack of the Clones and all that was, and Revenge of the Sith was made so much better by having Clone Wars. So I suppose that's true in a lot of cases with Star Wars, isn't it? You know, it's always the backstories and all the supplementary shit that makes the show and the movies way better. Like when you read about this stuff in the background, it does make it a lot better. I love it. I love when that stuff gets done. You know. Although sometimes it doesn't work very well. Obi-Wan being... I like some parts of the Obi-Wan show, but I can't lie, it would have been better as just a simple movie. It would have been better as a simple movie and call it a day. Having it broken down into like 6 episodes of that was just too much. But a simple like 1.5 hour movie with Obi-Wan dealing with PTSD and maybe confronting Vader again, that could have been alright. But yeah. Cut out the whole Leia part, you know. That would have been better. Maybe a short film. Yeah, a short film with Kylo Ren and younger Luke could have been cool. Maybe they'll do that now, you know. That's the thing. We might get that because obviously they've done younger Luke now multiple times with Mandalorian. We might get that. We might get Kylo Ren with a younger Luke in the future. I think that's the best thing they could do with the sequels is just fill it up. You know, like do supplementary, do some like small movies set in the same timeline, in the same time periods, kind of like introducing different core parts, stuff that explains the rise of the First Order as well. I'm not gonna lie, the First Order was such a they explained that so I never liked the First Order because they just came. How the fuck did they build this massive fleet in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? Like I know that the outer, you know, was it the outer region, the what are they called, the is it the outer region? I can't, you know the bits like outside of like the main areas. I know that they're not like completely nothing there. I know there's like, it's just not in the Republic's like main areas. I know there's still civilizations out there, but the fact that they built this massive fleet and they kept it secret the whole time with no one catching on to that would make more sense if that was built up a little bit and if they had some films explaining it, showing it being built up in the background. And I'm hoping they do that with Thrawn, and I hope they kind of explain, you know, some stuff there with the new with the Mandalorian movie and that they're doing, and I hope that's kind of maybe starts the First Order side of things. But yeah, that whole area would do so much better if it had a whole bunch of like supplementary material. Maybe, I don't know if it would fix it, but I think it would improve it. You wish they would ditch the CGI face and just get Sebastian. Yeah, Sebastian Stan is actually perfect as Luke. I'm not gonna lie, he looks like actually perfect. So I agree on that one. Unless if they can get the CGI massively improved, you know, maybe in like, I don't think they're gonna get it massively improved anytime soon. Maybe if this was like 34 years from now, maybe. But yeah, in the meantime, just get Sebastian Stan, have him do it. Yeah, that would be cool. I can't lie. I hope they do. I hope they really do expand that whole saga and just kind of, yeah, just make it a lot more fleshed out and so that we can actually understand a lot of the back stuff. I know they're doing it in comic book form, but we need like movies and maybe some TV shows, as long as they're not like just over the top. But I think they're just, I don't know what they're doing now. They were going to do a Rey film one day. They were going to do like a Rey trilogy where she was going to basically be what Luke should have been, where she rebuilds the Jedi Order, but she does it in a way that's actually, you know, smart. And then I think that's been put on hold now. I don't know if they're going to do any more High Republic stuff because the High Republic stuff kind of flopped. I mean, I know that the comics and the books have been quite successful, but I know that the obviously the Acolyte kind of flopped, sadly, because I actually quite liked some parts of it. I really want that the main guy to come back. I like him a lot. I think he's really cool. I love how he fights as well. He's so fucking cool when he fights, and he slams his helmet into the lightsabers and stuff. That I love that. That's so cool. that guy is basically what I wanted from Kylo Ren. I can't lie. Whenever I see that guy and I see how his mask and the way that he'd fight and he would slam his like, he was so calm and collected as well. Whereas like Kylo was always crying about everything. So there was some really, it's really annoying that Star Wars, they have all these good bits in like different like shows and movies. They have like good bits, but they can't seem to put it all into one. That's their problem. They know how to make good bits and everything, but they just fall flat on certain parts. And if they just sat down and just thought about it, they could probably create something amazing. They have the bricks, but they don't have the mortar. That's the issue I have with a lot of Star Wars these days. They have the bricks, but they don't have the mortar. Sad. You didn't mind the agent stuff in The Irishman, because there's a thematic reason, but it's just weird for The Mandalorian. Yeah, true. They don't need to do it for The Mandalorian. The action in Acolyte was so fucking good. It was. The action in the Acolyte was some of the best Star Wars action I've seen. Some of the best fights. I mean, I don't think anyone can disagree on that really at this point. I think some of the best fights. I'm not going to go and rate them, blah, it's better, you know, because I know some people are they prefer the simple fighting of the originals and the sequels. But visually, the fighting in the Acolyte is really fucking good. And some of the best that they've done for me anyway. And it's basically ripped from Crouching Tiger. Hey, you know what? If you know what you're doing, if you find good inspiration, use it. It works. It worked. It worked. That I remember I showed Dean Acolyte, because he doesn't. Dean likes Star Wars, but he doesn't like watching all the Mandalorian stuff. He doesn't really care for it all. He likes like the prequels and he likes the originals. He doesn't really like. He likes. I don't think he likes any of the sequels. So I was like, Dean, you gotta watch. He likes the Old Republic game though. You know the BioWare. It's not BioWare anymore, but he likes the Old Republic. He likes the Old Republic stuff. And he really. I was saying to him, oh, you gotta watch Acolyte because it's set in the High Republic, not quite the same, but you know, it's cool. It's something different than the Skywalker saga. And he was like, "Oh, I don't know," because it's obviously all broken down into like multiple episodes, and I knew he wouldn't want to watch all of that. But I showed him. I said to him, "Look up the scenes. Look up the fighting scenes." And he watched like a whole YouTube video on just the fighting scenes, and he loved it. He absolutely loves that. He says it's some of the best stuff he's seen. He loves the guy, the main guy. He really wished he could see more of Plagueis. They hinted towards. So he ended up really liking that stuff, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Acolyte could be really good if they just refine some of the weaker bits of it. That show could be great, but they just dropped it completely. They just Disney was like, nah, we're just done. We'll just cut it completely. They're doing the Netflix now. Apparently, they can't be bothered to try to fix it. You know, give it a second season, fix up the bits that people didn't like, keep the bits that people did like. You got yourself a great show, or at least an okay show. But no, dump it, call it a day. I guess that's Disney now. It was directed by the same guy who did the Hulk 2003. You know what? I actually like the Hulk film as well. I like that film. I like the 2003 Hulk. I wish he would be in the MCU. I would love to see him come back in the MCU and have him Hulk out. Oh, we could finally get an actual Hulk in the MCU that isn't just like neutered all the time. That'd be great. I know that Red Hulk is going to be like that, but I would love to see him come back and have a Hulk that's just throwing tanks and shit instead of just sitting around in a fucking cafe talking about science. Nothing against Smart Hulk, but nah, I can't lie. I want something a little bit more. Again, have they got the same... You know what? Are the people dealing with the Hulk film, are they the same people that deal with Star Wars? Because I feel like both of them are being let down. All these... Disney needs to get themselves sorted on some things, because I feel they'll let themselves down. They're too big, and they've got too many things, too many fingers in different pies, and they don't know how to... They haven't got enough manpower to really sit down and sort it. Yeah, I didn't. I wish that Hulk went fucking mad. I keep hoping one day we'll get like OG Hulk out. I would love to have a moment where he's like talking to the inside Hulk and he's like, look, I love that we've formed this connection, but I need you to come out now, bro. I need you. Like, I need the Hulk. And bro just comes out and goes mad, but they won't do it, I don't think. they don't seem to really want to develop Hulk anymore. Like, what have we seen of Hulk since? We've seen She-Hulk, and then he was in that, and he was okay. But again, he was just... Wasn't he on, like, a fucking beach house in Mexico or something? Or, like, a house in Mexico? Like, what is bro doing? And then we saw him a bit in Shang-Chi at the end in, like, human form, but then we didn't... Fuck knows what's going on there. Yeah, they need to sort something out with Hulk. Yeah, no, remember in the first Avengers film where he was like running down the ship and Black Widow was like trying to get away from him. She was like crying, wasn't she? She was like proper scared. Like that was such an intense thing because, you know, she's never scared, you know. She's never scared in anything she does. But Hulk terrified her. Like Hulk fucking terrified her. Because she knew what would happen if she got caught. She'd be ripped apart. And it would be painful as shit. I love that. I love that Hulk was really good in that. And he was the way he was jumping around all the buildings and slamming into shit. It was great. And yeah, and since then they've never really gave him the chance to really do anything. I mean, there was that moment, and was it Age of Ultron where he goes nuts, and that was cool. I like seeing him. I did like seeing the Hulkbuster. Is it Hulkbuster? Is it the Hulkbuster? Or was it Hulk something? Whatever it was, the Hulk the Hulk suit, the Hulk Iron Man suit. That shit was fucking... I did like seeing that when he was fighting that, and the suit was getting ripped apart. And I did, to be fair, I did think it was quite funny that he was in that suit in Infinity War. Like, I did like the idea of like the Hulk being scared in a way. But then they never did it. They should have brought him back for Endgame. They should have done something more. Yeah, they should have shown his development into the Smart Hulk instead of just kind of jumping to it. You know, that would have been better as a thing. Maybe they could have had like different parts throughout this, you know, the movies. Him maybe like moments of Smart Hulk coming out, and then him kind of learning to control it instead of just kind of jumping straight to an Endgame. But yeah. Nah, they need to have a proper Hulk out. I'm excited for Red Hulk because I think Red Hulk will definitely do something that normal Hulk hasn't done for a long time. But I would like to see, yeah, 2003 Hulk coming back and just like going nuts would be great. Having a Hulk versus Hulk would be great. Having like 2003 Hulk going fucking apeshit and then having Smart Hulk having to stop it would be great. And then maybe he has to call out the proper Hulk to come out, and then they have two Titans just fighting, going nuts. You know, I know that there's been talk about doing a World War Hulk at some point. That could be cool. But I don't know if that will ever happen. But yeah, I don't know. I would love to see the 2003 Hulk going fucking toe to toe for this motherfucker. Like, you know, beating the fuck out of each other. That would be great. That would be fucking great. Speaking of Hulk, where the fuck is Betty? I heard she's coming back in this new film, but I don't know if she is or not. I swear I've heard that I swear I read a leak somewhere that she's coming back for either this film or for a future film with but yeah, she's just been disappeared. I don't even know. I think she's just, yeah, she just disappeared. She just I think it's because obviously Hulk, you know, Bruce did leave and he went and hid in like different places around the world, so I guess that's why. But like the fact that he's never like gone back and spoken to her, so I don't know, bit weird, but hey, whatever. I mean, it'll be cool to see what she's saying, like when she comes back. Like, what's she gonna do? Is she gonna be like, oh yeah, you know, how are they gonna make a joke about it? Like how Harrison Ford made a joke about, you know, how get rid of the mustache to look more presidential, and it's kind of a joke about him being a different person. You know how they did that. They might do something like that and be like, oh, you know, just joke about how she just disappeared for so long. But I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, the leader's coming back. Yeah. That's a big part of it, I think. Which is good because yeah, he hasn't been around for ages, and his actor was awesome. And same with the other guy. What's his name? Oh yeah, because the other guy came back, didn't he? The guy that the Hulk fought. He fought in. Was he in Shang-Chi? So he's going to be back in more stuff too. So I'm glad about that. I'm glad to see. Yeah. I'm glad to see that they're bringing back more people, because I always thought they just kind of dumped. Yeah, they seem to just dump the 2008 Hulk. Like they try to just forget about it. And then they obviously they recasted Hulk, and then they didn't bring back they didn't bring back Ross until way later on. So I think they just kind of try to forget about it. But now they can. I'm hoping they'll really utilize the stuff properly now and actually have some cool moments. But I would like to see a Hulk film. I think Hulk deserves another film, like a full film to himself. I think he deserves it. I think at this point he deserves a proper film, especially because oh, what's his name? Oh, fuck, this is it's bad. I'm trying to think of his name. Oh, how the fuck did I forget his name? The current Hulk. Oh my god. But you know what I mean. He hasn't had a film to himself yet, which is quite sad. I feel bad for him because he should have had a film. He's been there for over 10 years now, 12 years, and he hasn't had a film. like Mark Ruffalo, that's it. I can't believe I forgot Mark Ruffalo. He hasn't had a film at all. This poor guy, he's never had his own starring. Even bloody Black Widow had her own film. It took her ages to get one, but she got one. Like she was first in Iron Man 2, wasn't it? Was it Iron Man 2 she first made an appearance? And then she finally gets a film like 9 years later. But poor Mark Ruffalo, he's still. I mean, even Hawkeye got a TV show that I guess was about the Hawkeye, or new Hawkeye or whatever. But he was still a big part of it. But poor him, he's never had his own film. He was in Ragnarok, I guess, but I guess he co-starred there. I guess She-Hulk, but again, he was kind of like the side bit. At least Hawkeye got a big part of Hawkeye, whereas he wasn't really a huge part of She-Hulk other than, certain moments. He made his appearances and was in certain bits of it, but he wasn't like in it all the time. He's never had his own thing. He's never had his own film or his own like proper TV show. I feel bad for him. I think he deserves one after 12 years of grind. I think he deserves it. So I'm hopeful he'll get a show or a movie at some point. I mean, it would be cool if they did I guess they could do a show of him, experimenting on the Hulk, and then we could get like different Hulk variants coming out. That could be cool. One thing, actually, this is something that I think that they should do in the multiverse before it's too late. They should do what's the version of the Hulk who's at the end of time or whatever, or after the world gets killed off, and Bruce dies but the Hulk survives, and he's in the Avengers game, and he has a Maestro. The one thing I hope they do, and I know they won't, but one thing I think they should do before the end of the multiverse saga is bring Maestro in. Because obviously that's the perfect way. This is what I think the multiverse should be. The multiverse has been really half-assed, really. I would love to see the multiverse do storylines that they would never be able to actually do in the main series. Because obviously they're not going to be able to do a Maestro film, in a normal sense. It wouldn't work. So you'd have to have some sort of time travel, or you'd have to have a multiverse. So I would hope before they're done with the multiverse saga, though I don't think they will, because I think they're just trying to get through it quick and be done with it now. I think they want to move on to the X-Men saga now, the Mutant saga. I would have loved for a Maestro film or a Maestro series or something, somewhere where maybe that could have been where Hulk. Maybe if they did a Hulk 2, they could have had it where he meets Maestro in the future. Or he goes into another universe with Maestro's there and they have to beat Maestro or some shit. I don't know. That could have been really cool. So that's what they should have been doing with the multiverse stuff. They should have been going into stories that they would never be able to normally tell, because obviously they have their set story that they want to follow for all these MCU characters. And so, yeah, that would have been a great way to have Maestro. Hell, they could have brought back Edward Norton and had him play Maestro, or they could even have the 2003 Hulk be Maestro. There's so much they could have done with the multiverse. I think that's part of the reason that the multiverse is kind of underwhelming. Is not just because it's quite confusing for some people, but also that it's just they haven't done anything with it that's really what you should be doing with the multiverse. You should be doing stuff that you could never normally say, stories that you would never normally be able to tell. You know, there's loads of stories like that. There's loads of stories that would never be able to be told in the main story in the MCU. I don't think we'll ever get a Maestro story in the MCU normally, and that would have been the perfect time to have one. An alternate reality, another universe where Maestro exists, and he's like, you know, the whole world is destroyed, and it's just him and a few survivors. And then Bruce has to go and help fight him, and that could have been a great one. Disney. How are you going to waste the money? They're going to really regret it, I think. I think in 10 years' time, a lot of people are going to look back at the multiverse saga and think, fuck, they could have done so much with that. They could have done so fucking much. I'm glad we got Toby and Andrew back. I'm glad we got Hugh back with obviously Deadpool. But outside of that, I guess we did see Charles, and you know, we did get another version of we got Captain Carter. We did see a different version of Captain Marvel in a sense. We did see Mr. Fantastic, another version of that. I'm glad we saw stuff like that, but it's so tame compared to what they could have done. So tame. There's so many possibilities and stories they could have told. And I'm glad that What If does some of those, to be fair. Like, What If does some good stories, but yeah, I'm hopeful. But the thing is, I mean, how long is the multiverse saga going to last now? Like, not very long, is it? Like, we're getting Doomsday in what? Is it 2 years we're getting Doomsday? And then we're getting Secret Wars, which I think is what ends the multiverse saga, and I think that's currently supposed to come out 2028. But I mean, that might be delayed. I hope they do. I hope they do. They need to take advantage of these stories that they wouldn't normally be able to tell. Because I did like that about Deadpool as well. They did show some versions of Hugh that we, you know, not Hugh, but you know, of Wolverine that we've never seen before. But they didn't really go into them. And we saw, I did like the Hulk versus Wolverine bit that we saw, but we didn't see anything going on. And again, I feel like, yeah, there were so many opportunities where they could have done really cool, you know, multiverse stories with stuff that characters they would never normally do. And they never did it. Imagine if the MCU winds up fizzling out and James Gunn winds out on top. that would be an interesting era. That would be interesting, I can't lie. But I hope not, because I really want to see a Marvel versus DC saga. That's my dream. That's my fucking dream. After the multiverse saga, the multiverse is, you know, that what they could explain it as is that whatever finishes the multiverse saga, whatever ends it, either they get rid of all the other universes or what, but something happens that rips a slight hole in the fabric of reality that they could then use for a future story if they ever want to bring DC and Marvel together. I know that James has talked about something like that in the past, that he would be up for it if they ever had the opportunity. I fucking hope that DC can build itself up, do all its normal, you know, it'll have its own sagas, I'm sure. It'll probably have its own multiverse saga at some point. But I desperately fucking hope we see one day a DC and Marvel match, you know, kind of combination at some point after the mutant saga. I don't know, 10, 20 years in the future. I hope we get to see it. But obviously, what are they going to do? Because all the main ones that you would like to see together, like we all want to see, what, Spider-Man and Batman together, right? Well, how's that going to work if Spider-Man's retired by then, you know? How is it going to work seeing, you know, Cap and, you know, different, you know, Cap and Superman together? Can't, you know? So, because obviously Cap, you know, unless if they bring back, you know, all the old actors again, but they're going to be really aged by then, so I don't know, unless if they, like, reboot Cap and all that, I don't know. But I guess they could, I guess, what's his name? Was it Anthony Mackie? He'll be Cap, I suppose. But you know, I want to see like Chris Evans with, you know, talking to Superman. I think them two could be really cool to talk to each other. And then I'd like to see like Iron Man talking to. I think Iron Man and Batman could be hilarious because they're both, you know, rich billionaires who fight crime. It could be quite funny. Oh yeah, I heard that James is trying to bring Robert Pattinson's Batman into it. I think it would be a smart move, to be fair. I think it could go. I think both ideas, like keeping it separate and bring it together, could work. I can see why he wants to do it because it is a successful Batman, and I know that people like it, so he might just think, well, it's easier to bring him in and do like a whole new one. Like, you know, having another, you know, having a second Batman, like, you know, again, having two Batman at the same time would just be stupid, but I can kind of see, you know, I think he could do it. I think he could pull it off. You never know, though. I mean, hey, fuck. I mean, all the what I think's so cool about these things is you can go back and take old films that were never part of the universe and add them in. I know it's a little bit different, but that's one thing I loved about the Multiverse Saga is I love that now. I love that Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3 and Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 are both now part of the MCU. I love that. I love that, like, all the X-Men films are part of the MCU now. I love that even fucking Elektra and the original Daredevil and Blade, I love all that, all part of the MCU now, even though they're like made way before the MCU was even envisioned. I love that shit. You want to see Lee Pace? Oh, he played Ronin. Oh shit. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I have faith in James. I think that Superman is going to be a good film. I think that I have faith in him, especially if Superman is indeed a good film. I think that at that point, if Superman ends up being really fun, he has my faith. I still am a little bit kind of here and there because I mean, I've been let down before by other, you know, like by promises of greatness ended up being a thing. But if Superman ends up being as fire as it looks, he'll have my trust. And at that point, I'll say, you know what? If you want to put Robert Pattinson in, hey, I trust you. You know, I trust him. But of course, he might not be able to because the other, you know, the director and all that may not want him to be in that. He might want to keep him separate. So, you know, James might not be able to in the end. Or he might be able to, but he might choose not to out of respect. So I guess we'll see. But whatever he does, I'll have faith. If I see Superman and it's a great film and it's like, yeah, he'll have my faith. He'll have my trust. At that point, I'll be like, cool, you do what you want. It'll be great to have some faith in DC though again. Like that would be great. Like having faith in DC again. Holy shit. He's gay and you'd love for Batman to be played by a character to piss off. Oh god, the anti-woke brigade would be fucking going nuts. The fucking anti-woke brigade would be having a fucking meltdown on that one. Jeez. I mean, see, this is the thing, right? Business-wise, probably not a good idea then. Because they want to make sure that DC takes off. They don't want to like have everyone talking shit about it. But then again, I know I think James is the kind of person that would do that on purpose because he would enjoy taking the piss out of like these people. So, it could go either way with him. You know, it depends if the higher ups get their hooks in. That's the problem. It depends if the CEO of Warner Brothers or whatever the fuck it is, Warner Brothers Discovery or whatever, if he gets his hooks in, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a business decision to not do that. But if James has his way, I can see him doing it because James, I think he would have I think he would have fun with that personally. I have a feeling he would have fun with that kind of knowing that he's like rubbing these people the wrong way. So yeah, I think James will. I have faith in James. I liked all his Guardians films. I liked Suicide Squad. Oh yeah, he does look pretty sculpted, doesn't he? $1979. His sexual orientation became a topic of public discussion of who was actually outed as gay by Ian McKellen. Oh boy. Magneto. Of course it'd be fucking Magneto, bro. Oh, he was in The Hobbit too. I've not watched The Hobbit, so... I heard that someone made a really good edit of The Hobbit where like they made it into one like 4-hour film. They took all the 3 films and combined to one 4-hour film that was got rid of all the unnecessary shit, and I was like, I might have to watch that. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him in anything else, to be honest with you. I've only seen him in Captain Marvel and Guardians. I've not seen anything else on his list, so. But I liked him as Ronan. I thought it was cool. So yeah, you can see him as a nice Bruce Wayne since Supes has already been around in a couple years in the DCU. Yeah, that's true. It'll be interesting how they do Batman. Will they take him back to the more cheery days? I hope so. Don't get me wrong. I've always liked. I like a bit of a moody, broody Batman. Don't get me wrong, but I want a bit of silliness. Well, not silliness, but a little bit more joy brought back in. You know, just to have a bit of, make him a little bit more, sort of like how they do him in the cartoons and stuff, where he's dark, but he's not like overly dark. Although I'll tell you what, yeah, the one thing I want more than anything is a Batman Beyond. That's what I want, Batman Beyond, but we're never getting that in actual, in live action. I'll be fucking dead before they ever do that. But that could be a great way if they survive long enough and they want to retire Bruce Wayne, Batman Beyond. Could be fire. I heard that Rocksteady's going to be doing a Batman, or maybe, rumors, maybe be doing a Batman Beyond game. And I'll tell you what, I haven't bought anything from Rocksteady in years, but I'll tell you what, the second they do a Batman Beyond game, I'm there. The second they do it. Like, I really like, I used to grow up watching Batman Beyond on TV, bro. I love that fucking TV show. If they bring him back, if they put him in live action, fire. If they, obviously in a game, fire. We'll see. I'm kind of, you know what? I'm glad that they didn't. I know there was some rumors about them doing a Batman Beyond film before the DCEU died, and I'm glad that it never came true. I remember people saying, "Oh, of course they because that was the rumors. There was some rumors going around that they were going to make one, and to get when Ben Affleck left, because they obviously wanted to leave, but they ended up never doing it. And I was like, you know what? In hindsight, I'm glad they didn't, because what a way to waste it. Imagine finally getting a live action Terry, and then we get the last film, and that's it. It just ends it. They just fucking end it. Imagine how fucking sad that would be. Imagine how annoying that would be. We finally get a live action Terry, and they just drop him. Like, oh no, even worse, they might do what they did with the Batgirl. Was it Batgirl? Batgirl film that we've never seen because they just cut it. No, that was despicable. I'm not gonna lie, that was fucking despicable. The fact that they never gave us the Batgirl film, I know it probably wasn't that good, but you know what? It would have been great to have it anyway. It would have been great to see it. I'm so hoping someone, because it was like, what, 99% done? I'm really hoping someone copied it and is keeping it secret until it can be leaked in like 10 years. I know they don't want to leak it now because it, obviously they would probably get sued into oblivion. But I hope 10 years from now, I hope desperately that some motherfucker got a copy of it and like sticks it on the internet. And I beg, because it would be so cool to see it. It would be so cool to see it. It would be such a cool piece of media as well, seeing a long lost piece of media from the DCEU. No, that's crazy to me. That's actually crazy to me. And it wasn't what's his name? What's his name? Michael Keaton. Wasn't Michael Keaton in it as well? I swear Michael Keaton was in it. So, nah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, as well. Brendan Fraser. Oh, my God, no. He was in it, and I love him so much. He's so great. He's so wholesome, bro. And he was gonna be. I remember when they were talking about that, and he was so excited to be back. And that's heartbreaking. They just fucked him over. Nah, bro. I'm actually so heartbroken that they did that. Oh my God, I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so fucking pissed. Oh my God, I'm. Yeah, no, I love him so much, man. And he could have been like he. How can they do that? Yeah, you know what? David is a cunt. I can't lie. Like I wouldn't be sad if David died. I'm not sure what I can say on stream because I know that all these big CEOs are really upset and scared at the moment because people might go and kill them. So I don't know what I can say, but I can't lie. If something were to happen to bro, I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't shed one single tear for him. Fuck David. All right, for what he's done to Warner Brothers. He is the reason so much shit has gone on in that franchise. He's the reason why so much shit. Because they just get involved. He used to get involved, and people just, why do they need to get involved? Why do these like executives need to get involved? Let the artists create. You know, let the creatives create. You worry about one thing and one thing only. How much money you're gonna make. That's it. You know? That's it. Let the creators create. You worry about the money. One thing Twitter's good for. Might not be for long though. I think Elon actually was removing some of the some anti CEO talk and stuff. I think he's been like censoring it, so you might not get that in the future. I can see it now. Someone gets killed or something like that, and all you'll see on Twitter is, "Oh, that's so sad. That's such a wrong thing to do. That's so evil." Yeah, that's Elon for you. Same guy that was cheering on like when it's someone he doesn't like, but the minute that's him, well, as soon as it's a CEO, he was saying it not that long ago. You know, he's the civil war is going to happen, and there's going to be a civil war, and that blah blah blah. Basically trying to imply that a civil war would be good. And then as soon as there's a rich person, he gets killed. No, civil war bad, civil war bad. You can't be talking about stuff like that. Joke, man. World would be a better place without him. All these rich CEOs, they ruin everything. Crazy. So annoyed. I just looked up Batgirl and I'm so annoyed. It probably wasn't going to be good, but still. Although I've heard some people have seen it and said it's okay. Imagine if it ended up being one of the better DCU films. Oh my god. Actually, that's something that James Gunn could do. You know what? You know what? I actually would love if James Gunn would eventually release it, even if it's unfinished, like sort of like a Snyder cut. Because I know that although I know a lot of people didn't like Zack Snyder's take, I did enjoy watching the Snyder cut because it was quite exciting seeing something that wasn't originally wasn't originally going to be seen, and it was cool seeing it. So I would like for them to do it just because it'd be interesting to see, what it's like. But the co-CEO of DC Studios, Peter Safran, said that the film is not releasable and it would not been able to compete in the theatrical marketplace. It was built for a small screen. Well, that's why you put it on Max. All right? That's why you put it on Max. Like they did for the Snyder Cut. If you want to watch it, you can watch it, and if you don't, you don't. Maybe one day we'll get it. It'll either be leaked one day or that will happen. David also deleted the Coyote yeah, I heard about that. Oh my days. Yeah, I heard it was people really liked it, and then they just they got rid of it for tax reasons. Like, joke. I hope that, you know what though, it's sad because if DC does well, he does well. So I'm kind of hoping he gets. I hope somehow the board get rid of him before DC does well, and then everything will be perfect. Get rid of him first, and then get rid of then do the DC. Oh well. Shit, it's 3 o'clock. Fucking hell, it's 3 o'clock, yeah? Yo, I need to be up in like 6 hours. Alright, that's my bad. I've been talking for like 2 hours, I swear. Alright, anyway. So today's Christmas Day. So Merry Christmas to anyone who's in the UK and on Europe. And who celebrates Christmas, of course. Today I'll probably be on, but it'll be quite late, so I'll probably be a late stream. If I stream, that is. I might not. Tomorrow I'm seeing Rebecca for most of the day, but I'll be back fairly early on, so I should be streaming longer tomorrow. Because obviously Christmas is quite a busy time for shops, so she'll have to be in quite early next day. And then I'll hopefully be on a lot during the week because it is Christmas period, so I've got a bit of time off, which I will be taking advantage of. I was taking advantage of it last night. I did play Victoria 3 way too late. I was playing that until like 7, which is my bad. But it's, you know, a bit of time off. You know how it is. Benefits of not working in a shop. If you work in a shop, you can't take any time off. So sucks for Rebecca, but not so much for me. So I've taken, I've got a bit of time off to do what I want. So yeah, hopefully I can stream a little bit and play some games. I want to maybe play some Horizon or something, or get that platinumed, or maybe I'll do Spider-Man 2 again. Get the extra trophies they put in for New Game Plus. But I hope everyone else has a lovely Christmas period. If I don't know if you have time off, if you're at school, university, whatever, some time off. If you're at work, hopefully you got some time off. If not, F to you. Hope you enjoy your Christmas, all that good stuff. Used up all your annual leave in December, so you've been off for over a week now. Bless. Yeah, legit. No, it's what you gotta do, bros. If you're working somewhere that doesn't mind if you have holiday around Christmas, you just do it. You just do it. It's worth it. Obviously it sucks for people in shops. You can't do it. If you're a shop, if you're a medical, police, you can't really do it. But if you're in like an office, or if you do a job where things shut, or they don't really give a shit, yeah, take your holiday, get it done, enjoy yourself. Best thing about working in any sort of office or anything like that, they almost always shut anyway. Especially some years where they shut. Oh, the best year. You know what the best years are? I'm gonna have a tangent again here, but some of the best years when it lines up perfectly that you get like 2 weeks off without using any leave. Obviously, it depends on your job. Some jobs will use your leave for when the office shuts down. Some won't. Some will just give you it as extra free holiday. But those are the best. If you get like 2 weeks, if it lines up perfectly, you get like 2 weeks off. Because it's almost like 2 weeks. Because what they do is, you'll come in like maybe 2 days, and then you'll go off, and then Christmas, and then you won't come back in because like New Year lines up perfectly and with the weekends, and it just ends up being like there's no point coming in. Love those. I love them so much. They're the best. Yeah, if you get like two weeks off, almost 2 weeks off, that's bliss. That's honestly perfect. So I've got a bit of time chilling, so I'm gonna be taking advantage of that. I've pretty much got until New Year, so You will be seeing me playing. Yeah, actually, I lie. I probably will end up sleeping a lot of it, and I probably will end up doing a lot of stuff in the background. So I probably won't play many games, but I'll try to play some and enjoy myself for once. You know, I'll try to relax. So I'm not feeling very relaxed. Last year, I felt a little bit relaxed. 2 years ago, a little bit relaxed as well. I'll tell you what, though, COVID, I was calm, bro. I was calm the whole Christmas period. I was chilling. I'm not feeling relaxed yet. I'm feeling quite anxious, actually. So I'm hopeful that I'll chill out tomorrow and relax. And we'll see. You're seeing Nosferatu tomorrow. On a Christmas... They have cinemas open on Christmas Day? The fuck? Or was that an American thing? Wait. Let me check my cinema. Wait, no, yeah, it's shut. Wait, it's shut. My cinema is shut today. Yeah, it must be an American thing then, because the cinema is shut today in my one anyway. I guess. To be fair, I do see a lot of American stuff where like they'll eat their like they'll have like their Christmas dinner, or they'll go to work, and then they'll have Christmas dinner. And I'm like, bro, what's crazy? It's crazy. America's different. America's like constantly working. Over here, almost everything's shut today. A lot of things shut tomorrow now as well. Boxing Day. I keep saying it. Boxing Day should be a public holiday. But I hope you enjoy Nosferatu. It does look good. I've seen... It doesn't come out in the UK until, like, next month, I think. But it does look good. So I look forward to it. Let me know how it is, because I actually want to go and see it. Working on Christmas Day is vile. It is, bro. It is. Unfortunately, if you work in, like, care, you get, like, one on, one off. Like, Gaz's mum has that. She works in care, so she gets, like, one off, one off. One on, one off. And then, obviously, if you're, like, medical and stuff, so... Sucks, but obviously some people just don't get a choice. But in the UK, at least, most people do get a day. Like most non-emergency, like vital stuff is a day off. Thankfully, but I do think Boxing Day should be a day off too, because who the fuck goes to shops on Boxing Day? But there's always these weirdos. I know there's Boxing Day sales, but it's kind of like old, you know. Like when I was a kid, Boxing Day sales were huge. Like that was the main. Before Black Friday was a thing in the UK, that was it, you know? You'd go Boxing Day sales and get all sorts of cheap shit that had been on sale because it wasn't sold at Christmas. It's not really a thing anymore. I remember one Boxing Day I went out, I think I was like maybe like 7, 8 years old, and it was everywhere. I'd never seen it more packed in my life. Every fast food place, packed. Like, people were standing in the fucking aisles eating. Crazy. But it's not as big anymore. So I'll be out on Boxing Day, but I'll be coming home early. Just because Boxing Day is a bit weird with some, like, public transport. It depends. Sometimes public transport's a bit iffy on Boxing Day, so I don't really like to be out too much on Boxing Day, just because I don't like the risk of getting stranded if like the public transport's a bit weird. London's pretty good, but I can't lie, it does sometimes happen. And obviously Christmas Day, you know, a lot of times there's no buses at all. I believe, you know, some lines will have them, but like some lines they just completely won't do on Christmas Day. So Christmas Day, getting to places on Christmas Day sucks. I can't lie, it really fucking sucks. If you don't drive, if you don't drive, fucking awful. Depends where you live as well, though. If you live out, obviously in London it's not so bad, but if you live somewhere like a town where buses are already shit, nah, you're gonna have a horrible time. But oh well, people do need a break, so I'm not that upset. It just means I can't, you know, if I had to work on Christmas Day, I'd be fucked. I can't lie. But oh well. Anyway, yep, so it's 3 now, so I'll call it a day. Alright, so take care, God bless, have a good one. Yeah. Enjoy Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Bye.